Hey guys, this is Toffee's coming to you live for Collegiate Star League, and it's going to be a great night here with Ryerson University versus the University of Toronto. Waiting for the last folks to jump into the lobby, and as soon as they're in, we'll get this party started. That said, it's going to be a fun night, so stick around and get ready to enjoy some seriously awesome Collegiate Dota. Good evening and welcome to the CSL, the Collegiate Star League. Guys, this is the second night of league play here on Thursday evening. You are joining me, Toffees. You can find me at Toffees TV over on Twitter for all the action tonight. And I am joined by my co-caster, someone you're probably familiar with if you know about the Toffees and Cow duo, and that is Gorgon the Wonder Cow. How are you doing tonight? I think you might still be muted, Gorgon, so while he gets that worked out, we will continue to roll.
My microphone was unplugged, but it's plugged in now, and I'm happy to be here.
All right, still sounds a little bit quirky, so we'll let you work on that for just a second as we get the introductions done. You can find him at The Wonder Cow over on Twitter as well, and don't forget to check out the CS, or I guess the C Star League, as I always say that incorrectly because the CS is so much fun to say, on there as well. Now, this is going to be a good matchup. It's University of Toronto versus Ryerson University. This is Tier 1 play, Division 1, if you want to call it that, as far as classifications go in the Star League. And these are two teams looking to make a name for themselves for over $15,000 in prize money available as these teams go forward. And
that's like one whole textbook for one of these teams.
I like that. I like that. That's the second night of quality over cost of education jokes, which I think is pretty good.
You know, I think we can go through the whole season. I'll start writing them out.
All right, so let's talk about the draft. We see the Doom and the Alchemist banned out 1 and 2. Not a lot of surprises there. Invoker and Wind Ranger taken off. Ancient Apparition. But let's talk about the picks that are actually on the stage. Now, we got Earthshaker, who I think we've talked about last week, is a great all-purpose support. Has a lot of functionality. Can be moved to a core position if you need him to. And Winter Weirvin, another very popular hero right now. Ogre Magi and Shadow Fiend, maybe not as prevalent, but we do see them a lot. What do you think of what's been picked so far?
You know, nothing here is really that surprising to me. We've been seeing a lot more Ogre Magi since 6.85 in terms of pro Dota. Ogre Magi with Winter Wyvern is not the most common of all combinations, but it has a respectable win rate. It's right around 50%. So the synergy isn't perfect, but it's certainly, if you have the players to play those heroes, there's nothing wrong with that combination by any means. Earthshaker and Shadow Fiend, much more common combination. You have the Echo Slam on top of the Requiem of Souls. You have the ability to control area with the Fissure, along with the Shadow Races that are going to be able to go over that if things go wrong. So all things said and done, Shadow Fiend Earthshaker works out pretty well.
Now, I will say Ryerson taking my favorite strategy, which is pick up those 2 supports early on. Kind of keep your opponents in the dark as to what you've got going on. University of Toronto, because of that, banning out the Huskar, still thinking about it, trying to figure out what's Ryerson looking to play. And all they can base that on, this next ban, the only information they have is sort of what's already banned out, right? Because that implies what they don't want to see as they go into this match. And that's obviously why we saw the Huskar ban, because they assume that if you don't want to see an Ancient Apparition, you probably want to play something like a Huskar. So what else do you think they can maybe conjecturally figure out based on those bans?
I think the Spectre is a good ban just because the changes to Spectre, especially at this sub-professional level of play, has made her very, very strong at this stage in the game. The very subtle change to damage block and the way that her dispersion works makes her really strong against low health, low armor heroes, especially supports. Now, with a Shadow Fiend on your team, that's not as big of a deal because Shadow Fiend does have negative armor aura with that presence of the Dark Lord. But he is also a very low health hero, so if Spectre does manage to get a couple of armor auras or something up, she could just disperse down an entire squad that has low health, like Shadow Fiend does.
Okay. All right, so it sounds like Dazzle now going to get picked up here for University of Toronto as they start to reveal a little more in that support column. Dazzle, a really nice pickup, implies that we could see some good team fight action, some great initiations. Dazzle, one of those heroes that, in my opinion, is a lot harder to play than I think people give him credit for. Getting the timing on both the ultimate as well as his save, the Shallow Grave, is really, really tough to get timed correctly. And keeping in mind, we talked about this last week, these are collegiate players, these are not pro players. Now, do some of these guys have a chance at going pro after they graduate? Totally possible. We talked about last week some of the scouts that we saw at the last CSL Grand Finals. But that said, a lot of these players are coming in that high 3s to low 5 mark. Do you expect to see, is Dazzle, do you think, in that skill range? Do you think there might be some trouble with that?
No, I think Dazzle's one of those heroes that's not that hard to play, but it's hard to perfect. You said that the ultimate, the timing on that is pretty fundamental, but because it's such a low cooldown, if you blow it, it's not that big of a deal. You usually won't lose a fight because you dropped Weave a second too early, right? You might drop it a second too late, but not a second too early. We're seeing negative armor aura strategy come out, by the way, from Toronto here.
Oh, wow.
With the Slardar pickup as well, and the Weave and the presence of the Dark Lord. Honestly, they could go with one more hero that does the negative armor, but I don't even think they need to. So far, Ryerson does not really have a ton of armor anyway, except the Ogre Magi, who's going to be squished against the Slardar. So I feel like if they go into one more negative armor, they may actually be overplaying their hand here. So I'd like to see them get an offlaner who's a lot of physical damage, like a Bristleback here.
Makes sense to me. And yeah, I mean, you got to think about that. And we talked about, I think we saw this last week with the Slardar picked up, and how he was just, I think it was a Doom maybe that he was causing so much trouble for with that 20 armor reduction off of his ultimate at max level. That it's just, it's really hard for those heroes to survive, which I think TA is a strong hero. We have, obviously, Refraction doesn't matter in terms of armor reduction, so she's going to have a little more survivability. That said, Undying now gets picked up. Now, this is an interesting grab here. Does this mean that who's going to be the support? Who's going to be core here?
I would assume the Undying is going to be offlane, maybe an aggressive tri-lane.
See, I like this. I like this lineup for an aggressive tri-lane.
Yeah, me too. I think that it's pretty solid. I don't necessarily know that they'd be getting kills with it, but they could certainly run a successful aggressive tri-lane and open up space for a solo farming one spot, right?
Absolutely.
I will say that the combination of the Refraction, as you noted, really good against negative armor because it blocks regardless, and the Cold Embrace, which makes people immune to physical damage, and just the fact that Decay is going to give Undying a larger health pool, just base health, which is one of the ways to get out of negative armor, is that you get a ton of base health, so that it doesn't matter that you don't have armor, you're still impossible to kill. So Ryerson University actually handling this negative armor, it looks like fairly strategically. Now, whether that'll work out for them really depends on the execution, but in terms of theory crafting, I like the lineup overall against a negative armor strategy.
Definitely, definitely. Now, I do think, and the only thing I want to say, and we'll see how it goes, is I do think aggressive tri-lane, and I do think a lot of kills could be taken out of a Wyvern Magi Undying. I think the combination of the Tombstone with the Magi slow and the Winter Wyvern's ability to sort of control pacing with Arctic Burn, as well as the additional damage he'll bring early on, I think they could really put a lot of trouble towards that offlane, which I presume will probably be the Slarter in this situation. I
think they're going to pick an off lane yet. I think the Slarter is going to be the farming carry. It might be Earthshaker off lane. That is still up on the table. I would not be comfortable putting my Earthshaker off lane in the situation because you don't know where the Magi Wyvern are going to go, and Earthshaker is not great against really aggressive combos. And if that Undying ends up, if they end up rotating what we think might be an aggressive tri lane into the safe lane just to try and get some kills,
right?
That Earthshaker would have a lot of trouble with that. I feel like the Earthshaker would not get any farm at all as an offlaner here, but it's possible that he could be the offlane choice regardless.
All right, so now we see the Magnus band out, the Gyrocopter as well, as we wait for the last reveals here. Again, University of Toronto has a little bit of up in the air. They can run that Earthshaker in any position that they want to. And looking for, like you said, hopefully a physical damage offlane to make use of that armor reduction. On the opposite side, so they're going to go Broodmother for their offlane. What do you think about that grab?
I am of mixed minds. Ryerson does not have a ton to deal with the Broodmother specifically, but they're going to be able to pick up an axe here, which typically handles the Broodmother pretty well. Also choose through the Dazzle Shallow Grave very effectively, so I like that pick. A lot of times when you see a team early pick the Earthshaker, it is an indication that they are thinking about the Broodmother and they want to get that off the table. Since Earthshaker is such a valuable hero,
right?
You pick them up anyway, and then if your opponents happen to miss any other counters, you pick up the Broodmother. I don't know that she works out that well with the negative armor strategy, which is typically oriented around winning team fights, though.
So talk to me about how the Undying's Tombstone interacts with Broodmother.
You drop the Tombstone and those zombies are just going to attack whatever happens to be nearby. I'm not sure. Those zombies aren't going to bundle up on you anymore. They changed that. So the Broodmother is not especially going to get wrecked by the Undying. Like, it's not like the Spiderling's going to create 10,000 zombies that will then turn on Broodmother, right?
Gotcha.
Yeah, there is the damage from the decay that Undying can use to clean out, especially low-level Spiderlings. Pretty effectively, but really I'd be more concerned about the Splinter Blast, which can hit in an infinite number of enemies within an AoE and can be cast every 7 seconds. That is a pretty good way to clear out Broodmother armies that are pushing, as long as they're visible. This really comes down to, I think, can the Dire side control the pace of the game enough to open up space for that Broodmother to do whatever she wants? Or are they going to fall behind because they have a negative armor strategy but not the manpower to back it up with damage?
Sounds good. Let's do some quick introductions while we wait for these teams to take their positions. For the Dire side tonight, University of Toronto, we're going to have Dazzle is going to be played by Death. We're going to have the Shadow Fiend played by KY. Avarice will be playing that ever so frustrating Broodmother. Azure on the blue hero as Slarter. And last but not least, coming down late on the lane, Earthshaker played by Earthshaker.
All right, and here, smoked up on the Radiant side, out front is going to be Darkfire, shambling around on that Undying. Moonib is going to be taking the Templar Assassin. GKTA is going to be casting up a storm on the Ogre Magi. Archdruid Akka is chilling out on the Winter Wyvern, and Fate number 1G is taking a spin on the X.
All right, here comes the first action. They turn the corner. They find Avarice. He tries to run, but he's so gosh darn slow. He has no webs, no safety, no chance, and sent back to base.
Web already? That's on cooldown, but I didn't see where the web went.
I don't. It's right here. No, it's not. I don't know where it is. So he threw something down. I can't. It's here it is. Bottom.
We'll find it. That was a bad place to put a web if you're not going to be down there.
So he walked away, went to the top. I'm curious why. That said, though, put him in a tough position, and the first blood goes comfortably to Ryerson University, who graciously accepts gets the kill and then throws a GLHF over to U of T. I don't know if it was a little bit of a trash talk shot, but it works out. And those are the lineups as this game gets underway. We'll pull the last hit tonight chart up for you to keep an eye on how these lanes are going. Looking at the lanes, looking at the draft, looking at the lineup. What's the tail of the tape?
This is a very strange aggressive tri-lane. Putting the Broodmother with 2 other heroes is going to sap her experience. She really does very well when she gets an experienced lead because she can't be handled. The Spiderlings become much stronger exponentially. It feels stronger over time as you level. But if your opponents are leveling with you, they're able to really cull down those armies much more effectively. So we already have the Slardar TPing away and trying to engage on the Axe solo up here. But this isn't, yeah, and a little bit of lag hitting the players and me as well. This is a really strange and interesting laning configuration, though, to say the least.
I think interesting is maybe saying the least, and outrageous is maybe saying the most, as I don't really, I agree with you. Broodmother in a tough position here, and I think that might be because they didn't know if Broodmother would be able to handle that tri-lane that was initially drafted. It's a very strong tri-lane, a lot of pick-off potential, and she could have been in danger from something as simple as a Sentry Ward. So initially showing the Earthshaker down there maybe puts them off of their game or considers rotations on the side of the Radiant. That said, immediately Avarice gets himself a Sentry Ward, starts to put down protective orders, and immediately Earthshaker rotates out. So it looks like maybe U of T was just buying a little bit of time for Avarice to get comfortable down there and sort of establish himself. That's really my only guess, because as you've said, Earthshaker now headed towards the top. Looks like he wants to contest that top rune. It's going to be Monub there by himself, and Earthshaker can't really do much besides go in here if he wants to and throw out a stun, but doesn't really have the mana regen to handle that. Up on top, hold on, U of T going at it. Fate fights with Death. Death gets the right clicks in and starts the kiting process. Azure is here, does have the sprint available, so this should be a kill without an issue. There it is. Popped in the back of the head. Axe, the big red man, ends up going down.
He was really depending on some RNG there, and he just couldn't get the spins. Two more spins, and Dazzle would have been down. But I was just going to say, this is a really weird Broodmother pick. It's increasingly weird to me, because it's becoming very apparent that this player is not that sufficient on this hero. Like, I'm sure this is not this player's core hero by any means. And you can tell just by looking, obviously, the first blood situation, the weird drop of a net or of a web on the bottom rune and then leaving. All of those things by themselves seem weird, but the fact that you have overlapping webs here, when you can remain invisible, have the movement speed, have every aspect of that web with a gap between them. So when you only have 2, you want to separate them by that maximum level so you get as much of the lane covered as possible. This is a increasingly befuddling Brood play.
Speaking of befuddling, okay, I thought they were going to move on Axe on the top. They actually got a really nice play there by the Earthshaker, but they were unable to capitalize on that. But as you go back to it, yeah, it could be something. The drafter said, hey, do you have Broodmother in your pocket? And this player showed a little bit of overconfidence, or avarice, if you will, and decided to go ahead and take it.
It does seem that he is going to go with the extra spin web level, which is common-ish, not always ideal.
Monib. Stepped out of position, had 2 refraction charges left, thought it would be enough to get a last hit, and wasn't, because Shadow Fiend was watching. He got 1 right click, used the first Raz to pull it off, and then finished him with the second. Beautiful kill in the mid.
And this has, by the way, broken down into an aggressive tri-lane, at least with the rotation here, up top coming out of RU. I am interested to see how long they'll wait here before they try to grab a kill. It's pushed in, and it will remain pushed in as long as this Axe keeps aggroing creeps and spinning into the wave. They might even dive the tower here.
It seems like they were in a little bit of a disagreement as to whether or not the goal was to dive the tower or to let the wave push, and that miscommunication has essentially left Archdruid and GKTA just standing in the woods, but now they're revealed on the rotation by the Earthshaker. He's going to come in, gets caught inside the call, dropping low. Here comes the rest of the cavalry from behind. It's a 3-on-3, and Earthshaker looks like he might go down, but oh, nice shallow grave. Buy some space.
Blocks.
Won't be enough. The body blocks are there, and Earthshaker will drop. I don't know if he would have gotten away anyway without the body blocks, but they were top-notch to make sure to reduce the amount of return damage U of T could give them as they chased back to the tower. So good kill by U of T, or I'm sorry, by RU, not seeing the fact that I think U of T was also rotating, so both teams are trying to get a sneaky gank in there, and Ryerson just came out ahead.
Yeah, those body blocks probably didn't secure the kill, but they are a good habit to be in, especially as an Axe who just wants to be attacked. It shows Fate's skill, right? It's one of those little things that's a barometer of skill. It didn't necessarily make the kill, but it could have in a different situation. The fact that it's habit is really important.
Darkfire under some attack here. Broodmother being moved a little bit early as the Shadow Fiend's coming in with invisibility, trying to get in position, gets up the Raz. Can they finish the job? Lag says, yup.
Yeah, there's no getting away from that. There's going to be the pause, but that kill was going to happen anyway. So the kill was already in the air when that lag hit, fortunately enough. But Reborn has been a bit laggy this week.
Absolutely, yeah. No, I cannot argue with that. It feels like maybe Valve is getting a few things together before Majors get up and running at full steam. That said, though, we have a little bit of a pause up on the top, which has revealed a potential death on the way.
And yeah, there's a lot of scribbling on the map, but these guys, there's a fissure to block here. The fissure's going to go out. Does not appropriately block, but he will get away anyway.
All right, now I do believe, let me look at this real quick, that when you look at the overlay, the team names are not showing up on there. Yep. So next week we'll get the cutouts in there so that you guys can see it, but Ryerson obviously on the left and U of T on the right. Just for those of you who may be joining us a little bit late, it is not Russia, it is Ryerson University.
It could be Russia.
I've stuttered 3 times because I keep thinking, seeing RU and thinking Russian. And then I have to correct myself.
This has been blocked, and they've been trying to stack it. That's a nice play from the Dire side.
You know, and I like the sentry ward block there because that's one of those spots where they're going to figure out it's warded after the first or second pull doesn't go through. And it's only the 2 minutes, so it's not that big a loss when the sentry goes down.
We have some engagement here. There's going to be negative armor going down to the Ogre Mad Dice. I'll say some auto dice. There's a stun! Coming out of the Earthshaker, but the Tombstone's going to go down. Are they going to try to back away, or are they going to knock the Tombstone down?
All right, too fast, too furious, but they do manage to get to Tombstone, followed by a lag spike, skating Earthshaker on the chase, and everybody sort of freezes for a second. That's the tough part with the lag spike, right, is you don't know when it's going to come off. You have to stop and think for a second, all right, where was my last click? Should I click again? And that can put you in a tough position, and that's what we saw. Up there, though, no harm, no foul, nobody gets in trouble, though Undying now without the Tombstone for another 30 seconds or so. Gold lead is 2,000 to U of T. XP is at 2 as well. And what do you see?
I do not think that really U of T has the ability to push in here too hard. There are too many stuns and reinitiation techniques available from RU, even though the Tombstone's not there. And the longer they just kind of sit here as 3, the more decay stacks this guy's going to get. He already has 5, though 2 of them are about to expire. And actually, still only sitting on level 1 decay, fortunately for them. We are going to wait through this lag spike, taking a look at the middle lane. Full 36 souls, still up on KY. They need to rotate on him and take some of those souls away. That's a big part of his farming power. If they don't slow his roll down a little bit, he's going to get away. And I can't help but feel that maybe we lost Toffees. Are you there?
Nope, just checking packet loss and making sure what's going on. It's a weird spike system going on in Reborn right now because you get these weird freezes and everybody suffers from them. But, you know, these guys are having 30% packet loss. I'm at 0% with a 27 ping. So even with the connection perfect for me and no lag, I'm still getting these weird spikes. So yeah, it's a strange thing that we're seeing, and the guys are just doing their best to come out with, you know, to survive with it.
It's a server thing. It's been happening all week. You'll see spikes of packet loss when that lag happens, but you won't see the packet loss except when that lag is occurring. So yeah, I'm not exactly sure the technical because I don't work at Valve's server farm, but I do know that it is a server side problem.
All right, so it looks like they think it's better, so we're going to go right back into this, and hopefully it maintains. Let's see, down at the bottom, Avarice going up against Fate. Who's winning this round now that everybody's sort of rotated away and lanes have changed?
Avarice still having a bit of trouble down here. She only has 17 last hits, which honestly, it's not that bad. A lot of people think the Broodmother is this early dominating hero, and she can be. But when you look at professional Dota, at least as recently as last February, which is the first big spike of Broodmother that we saw in modern professional Dota, Broodmother walked away at the 10-minute mark from lane on average from professional players with less farm than if she had stayed in the fountain. And that's true. Like, that is a literal average. She died enough and she got so few last hits that she got less than her passive gold in the first 10 minutes on average. But she scales into the game very, very strongly. And that's the point that you need to kind of cushion her through. And that's the point that I think UFT is going to have a bit of trouble reaching.
Makes sense. All right, so let's look at the top lane. So we know what's happening on the bottom. Up here, we've seen a rotation. We have Slark, Earthshaker, and Dazzle representing U of T on this side. On the opposite, it's that aggressive trial that we thought would happen early on. It took a little while to get running, and that is Darkfire on the Undying Arch Druid, Akka on the Winter Wyvern, and GKTA on that Ogre Magi. Now, what's your goal? When you move these guys up here, when you start to run this as an aggressive tri lane, what are you trying to do to University of Toronto?
Basically, the whole goal is to slow down the ability of that Slardar to get going and to absolutely make sure that these supports are not able to rotate out and help the Broodmother, right? Right now, Dazzle and Earthshaker basically have to stay up here because they know if they rotate away, their carry is going to die, or their tower is going to get just completely ramrodded. One of those two things is going to happen. And this poor Broodmother is just kind of left to her own devices, able to get some levels, but not really able to get any items.
At what point is the Broodmother able to just sort of fade into that jungle? Because I know when I watch Broodmother games, especially at the pro level,
when you start like Zai.
Yeah, you start to think of, hold on, I'm going to jump to the top real quick, where Azure in some trouble. Nice play, the stun from the Earthshaker blocked out too, but it wasn't enough. That Tombstone was just too strong, as well as the slow from Ogre Magi, and they burn him down. Slardar suffering, and now the wrap route on Earthshaker. He gets up the stun, but nice attack. The big stun by the Ogre Magi in return, and it's just Ogre's such a strong hero at this stage of the game. Avarice comes out, throws up a web to get over the trees. Smart play by him. Misses the Shadow Raz. The chase is on. Undying's ultimate ends. He turns back, gives himself the heal, but it's not going to be enough. He's going to go down. You might argue he was going to go down anyway, and that turnaround bought a little bit of space to make sure his supports got out, and they end up with a 2-for-1 up on the top lane and do force out the transition from Avarice.
Yeah, I think Avarice is actually going to take this lane. Well, maybe not, because Azure rotated up here. What I was expecting there was, oh, the Slardar's dead. We'll send him down to the bottom lane with one support, have Avarice set up a new
web
ecosystem up here, and that would kind of throw the whole game out of RU's comfort zone. I think that would have been a smart rotation, but I guess what they're going to do is try to push the tower instead, which is dangerous because there's an Undying here.
Right. So what I was asking a minute ago is when you watch guys like, Zai play that Broodmother, you start to refer to the jungle, the opposing team's jungle, as sort of that player's jungle, right? Because it seems like they take this total control over a third of their opponent's portion of the map. At what stage does the Broodmother start to accomplish that generally? And do you think Avarice is in a position to get anywhere near that timing?
I mean, generally what you start seeing these days, especially if you're talking about like Mag from Vega Squadron or Zai, who's now retired, but one of the world's best, right?
Right.
At this stage in the game, you usually start to see teams have to devote multiple heroes to holding a Broodmother back. We're not going to be there because A, this isn't a pro-level game with one of the world's best, and B, the Avarice already got off to a weak start. I would expect by 15 minutes of Avarice and completely forcing rotations into one lane or another, that the Broodmother pick is going to end up having been a lost pick.
This is brutal, man. This is a full-blown picnic going on in here. I haven't watched a lot of Dota today, unfortunately, and yesterday, so I don't know if this has been consistent, but it seems like even by the common Reborn standards, it seems like a lot of stutters.
I've been experiencing stutter like this in my pubs, not in games that I've been watching or casting too much. So, maybe there's server maintenance going on. I don't know. But
hard to tell.
We will have to kind of soldier through. Hopefully these teams are going to be able to find a sweet spot and
Maybe maybe they're fixing up the East servers the way that they were working on the UK servers last week. So
yeah, maybe I didn't see any announcements, but it's always
on a side note. So
what
what we do know is there's been a lot of issues with the UK, saying that the game's been unplayable for the last week or so. And Pyrian Flax actually put a post on Reddit yesterday, sort of expressing frustration. And Valve responded to that post and said, what's essentially happening is we've learned that there is a bigger risk or exposure to DDoS on our servers, and we're fixing them to make them safer for larger events and basically for general usage. Unfortunately, that's causing some connection issues, and they're working their way through all the regions making those changes, from what I gathered from the post. So it's one of those catch-22s, right? Like, we want to see better DDoS protection so that the game and the esports in general continue to grow. That said, it's definitely frustrating when you're watching a competitive match like this, especially in the early stages where every kill matters, and you're getting hit with these incredible lag spikes.
Yeah, you gotta play through. The one nice thing about this, if there is a nice thing, is that both teams are being hit equally, which is way better than if, say, one team just is not getting stable signal because of a denial of service attack or something like that. Mm-hmm. At least this is equal playing ground. It's shitty, but it's equal. And that's, nice. In some weird way.
All right, so we will, I guess, wait it out and just kind of see what happens. Let's look at items while we wait, I suppose. Poor man's shield on the axe, not a big surprise there. The urn finished up on the undying, and a ring of Aquila on the Shadow Fiend. So he seems like he's off to a pretty good start, having got his treads put together as well. How's the TA doing? Monib's finished his treads, has bottle, but KY does seem like, especially off the back of that early kill that we saw him get, he is, I don't want to say dominating, but doing very well in this lane.
Yeah, this, it looks like they're ready to go, but all things considered, if we just take a look at the gold, it's very, very close, right? But the thing is, you kind of have to worry about which team is more gold dependent for the next stage of the game. And it is U of T, because they need 2 Blink Daggers, they need 1 on Earthshaker, and typically 1 on the Slardar as well. It looks like Slardar is going to rush out of Vanguard, which is a very old, like, Dota 1, Warcraft 3 style build.
Oh, so wait, hold on. Monib's moving in on death. That could be in some trouble. Blink. I didn't even know the Blink Dagger had come up. Axe gets his Blink, uses it immediately in a reveal to get Dazzle in that mid position. They were hoping for the Shadow Fiend, but Shadow Fiend faded back for safety reasons, and Axe was able to get the Dazzle. So that's a great, if you're going to reveal the Blink Dagger on the Axe, that's the way to do it.
Yeah, and what I was about to say is that RU basically has everything they need in order to start the next stage of the game, which is where they collapse on lanes and force out team fights. They have Tombstone level 4. They have the Blink Dagger on the Axe. And that's pretty much the word.
And they blink in again, go straight for KY. And I hope he's got some, because he's going to hurt after that attack. Meanwhile, U of T brings in Death as well as the Earthshaker. They catch Monib, get up a nice stun, put some space there. Monib's like, I got refractions, bruh. Let's fight this one out. Hits Earthshaker, drops him pretty low, but has to back off as the tower just has too much aggression for him to deal with. They are pinging here. It looks like they know that there might be a rune. And on the top, Avarice in some trouble as GKTA rotates up to help out Darkfire. Makes the chase happen. He's invisible, but they have vision. He ends up going down on a nice dust attack. Rotation for Archdruid to the top, but it is unnecessary as they've already picked off that Brood Mama. So in a matter of moments, U of T goes from a dominant, or what was starting to become a dominant position because of especially that Shadow Fiend sort of getting ahead in the mid, to Ryerson looking pretty good at this stage of the game.
Comes back down to what I was just saying. They're just not ready for the next stage of the game to begin, and RU is going to take advantage of that.
Are you going to take advantage of that? I guess they are. All right, Gold Lead does now swing in their favor at 1,000 XP as well, so that puts us at almost a 2,000 gold swing, a little more than that actually, for Ryerson University off of that quick series of pickoffs both in mid and top.
Broodmother doesn't even have treads yet. We're at the 12-minute mark. There is a Slardar that did go for the Vanguard, which says it has a 75% block chance, but really because of a holdover in the way the math worked in Warcraft 3, it's closer to about 66% chance, if I recall correctly.
Whoa.
It might actually be 55. So this item is not even as good as it says it is.
It's a liar.
And, yeah. And the fact that you're dealing with Axe physical damage and the counter helix, you're dealing with a lot of magical damage. There's really just not a lot of right clicks to block. I guess I don't even know what that Vanguard is there for, to be honest. Because if he was against a Broodmother, maybe to stop the Spiderlings or something, but Broodmother's on his team. So I really don't know why he would build that, and now, especially not to rush it.
Let's look at the bottom lane. A nice push ward put up by the Dire side here to give them a little bit of vision. A lot of vision, actually, as they plan to go into this. We got Earthshaker hiding in the trees, and it looked like Death was ready to start pushing in with Azure. They fall back, though, as the lane gets knocked off of the tower. Dire in a pretty good position down here on the bottom lane. Meanwhile, up at top, Broodmother has been very effective as well of sort of getting back on track as far as pushing a lane by herself goes.
I mean, sort of. They got that most of that tower as a group, if you'll recall. So, sort of, she did the last little bit of damage to make it happen, but she's not really doing anything. And the problem with webbing up this stretch right here is that there's nothing to farm there. So you can move around with your army, but it's just going to expire before you can actually get anything done.
They're looking to move on Shadow Fiend again. Monib on the high ground. He went up there invisible, and now he's just sort of waiting for a chance to do something. Does put down a trap. Going to go ahead and hide on the high ground, and this is 100% a gank hide as he waits for his chance to get the Shadow Strike. He sees Death coming. That's who he wanted. He wanted him up. He finishes him, melts him down, and just walks away. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, we've got Avarice and Archdruid going head-to-head. But let's go back to the top where KY thought he could get involved, and Axe jumps in with the blink, but here comes Earthshaker for the save, and they go 1-for-1. Axe for KY. Mona puts some shots on the Earthshaker, but has to back away. Meanwhile, while that was happening in the mid position, we lost the Broodmother. So Brood thought she could go it alone and was unable to do so, making it a 3-for-1 across the board, going in favor of Ryerson University.
Yeah, normally if you go with a trade but you're behind, maybe that's okay. But the heroes that died are the heroes that are already behind on farm, right? I mean, Shadow Fiend, I guess, is doing okay, but they are still missing these core items, some sort of initiation for the Slardar, or at least the Earthshaker to get in there, get a stun and an AoE. There's still no Blink Daggers on the entire team, so they really have no way to close these gaps, and they continue to get closed on like this.
Yeah, Ryerson, that was, I thought they were going to dive that a little bit. I was a little worried, but they back off smartly so, keeping the aggression going. They know that they have the pressure advantage, have no desire of losing that, and immediately they come in. Monib starts to eat through those Spiderlings very, very quickly. Darkfire and now GKTA. Support and roll as they back off. Azure's a little bit out of position here. That could backfire on him as he steps too far forward. Comes out, gets hit. Fate with the blink. Last, oh no, Shallow Grave a bit too early maybe. There's a lot of damage going on the Axe. Axe looks like he's in trouble. Great save by the Winter Wyvern. They lose the Undying, however, and now they do get that exchange for Slardar. So worth that exchange. Monib not interested in backing off. Wants to keep the chase going. Sees KY's. Got him in his sight. One more time. Ooh, Refraction hurts too much. Goes in. Look at this guy. This guy is nothing but pure aggression. I've watched Monib play in a couple of different tournaments before. I know that he loves to dive deep. He loves to go aggressive. He finishes off Dazzle. Now he wants to finish off Earthshaker. He's saying, I can win this game by myself. Puts up the slow. Plays the tree juke. No Blink Dagger for the Earthshaker. He can't get away. Monib goes behind the tower and instigates on his own a team wipe.
Yeah, that's definitely mopping up.
Wow!
In a way that you don't typically see too often. This is...
I'm going to start calling him Janitor.
We could have expected this sort. Maybe not that extreme, but this sort of a situation is not that weird considering what we were talking about during the draft, right? They got a negative armor strategy. It means that they would typically want to be able to man mode up and take these big AoEs where they're doing a bunch of physical damage, but they don't really have that much early mid-game physical damage to deal. What is their strength in the early and mid-game? I don't know. With this draft, I don't know what their team thinks that they should be doing right now. What is their route to objectives? So, yeah, it's not going to get easier before they are defending high ground, probably.
It's not going to get easier before it gets easier.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to get pushed up to their high ground, I would imagine, before they can really put out a decent defense.
Let's go back to bottom where Slardar's under some serious attack. I will say Earthshaker's been on fire with his TPs, but again, it comes in just I don't know if it's going to be enough. Azure does have to back off. That Tombstone just in the right position to avoid tower damage. They get a huge multi-stun on that Earthshaker. Good play by ES. That Grave combined with the Echo Slam was strong. He still dies, but at least he forced back the aggression of Ryerson University. Death looks like he wants to play this one out. KY wants to get aggressive. Goes in on GKTA, who turns around and gets the stun up to buy himself some time. Azure looks like he wants to continue. Does get some vision now as GKTA backs away, and it's a face-off for this bottom tower. Meanwhile, while all of that is going on, Monib's not involved. He's just going for the Aegis. No one's going to be able to stop him, except maybe Roche with like a really great stun. He's fighting for it. He'll get that Aegis secretly here and get out with that Blink Dagger before anybody can respond to him. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Fate having a pretty good go of things up against that Broodmother. If you look at the net worth, Brood is only barely staying afloat above the 4 supports, whereas the Axe is looking good. Uh-oh, Monib's going crazy again. Not your best choices. He's got the Aegis, though, so he knew he could try to use it. Aegis pops out. He's going to pop that okay, Blink, and gets himself out. Questionable? Did he get a kill out of that?
No, that was just an Aegis deny, basically. He took Roshan, and then it got him so low that I guess he just thought it's quicker for me to lose the Aegis and get all my health back than it is for me to go back to the fountain. And they want to push this tower, so I suspect that's what that was.
All right. Blink by Fate goes in on Azure. Good stun to try and make it work. There goes the Blade Mail. Pops up. Buys some space for Slaughter to slither away. So another good save. I think if I have to give an MVP right now to University of Toronto is to far who is keeping them, in my opinion, in this match and really making some strong plays. It's a toss-up between Dazzle and Earthshaker, but I think my points go to ES as he's had some really great zoning positioning to make sure that these ganks don't go the way that Ryerson wants them to.
But to be fair, that Dazzle was playing at, I think, level 5 at like 17, 16 minutes. She only just recently hit level 6, right? So... There's a limited amount that you can do as a support that's got a level every 3 minutes.
That's true.
It's not optimal.
I guess you could get more than a level every 3 minutes.
Yeah, it would be nice. Like I said, they basically...
Monib playing a little bit aggressive. Wants the tower, gets stunned from behind. TP's come out all around, and he will very likely go down. He goes in Viz, gets the strike. I don't... Did they have any vision? I think... Yeah. No, they don't. I think he could have just stayed melted. Oh, no. Dazzle does have a sentry. Archdruid does get caught out as well in the trees, and U of T loses the mid-tier too, but picks up 2 very good kills. One especially in the form of Monib, who has been difficult to deal with so far in this game, and can now push into the middle position. RU was up by about 7,000 gold. That pulls it back a little bit, and it pulls a huge amount of experience, almost 2,500, back to the side of U of T because of the fact that that Monib pickoff was just massive because of how far ahead Ryerson is.
So that was 100% greed out of Monib. He could have blinked away. I mean, the Winter's curse there was spent just to buy him space to blink away, and he goes, "No, I can get this kill first." Yeah. Turns on it, and it did not work out at all. But if RU makes mistakes like that, especially if a hero who has such a high net worth as Monib is making those mistakes, then U of T could put up a pretty decent high ground defense here. Even, heck, a tier 2 defense, which is not what I expected them to be able to do.
I mean, keep in mind, U of T...
I still don't expect it, but it's possible.
U of T got 2 important kills and then able to get 2 towers out of that turnaround. So right now, that just shows how much Ryerson is sort of dependent on Monib at the moment, and him in a bad position really cost them dearly. Meanwhile, speaking of Monib, up at top, he is going to be in this lane, looking to maybe get a little bit of push up against the Slaughter, a bit of revenge for Azure. Down the bottom, it looks like Avarice has moved around. Call's going to go out and eradicate all of those spiders that Avarice has worked so hard to get up to make this push happen, and Fate will just enjoy that gold. No vision right now, so I bet they wish they had it because Avarice is just sitting right there inside the web, and he's out of webs at the moment.
I believe that was a little over 200 gold from Spiderlings alone, plus he got the last hit on every one of those creeps, so that's another 250 to 300. Oh, this is a problem. If your Broodmother's off split pushing and underfarmed, and for every 1 gold your Broodmother gets, accidentally feeds the Axe 2 gold, that's not a winning formula.
I'm not great at math, but it's that your math seems logical there. Meanwhile, speaking of, here comes the big red man, keeping an eye on the webs, looking for some free gold out of those spiders. The spiders will obviously go to the farm, but the problem is all she can do is farm as the boys throw down the tombstone, start to push in on this tower. Oh, nice stun from the Earthshaker. Fate heard it coming, tried to blink in to get the call, but did not land in time. He actually landed inside of the stun, so a little bit of luck there for the Earthshaker as he was casting at the right speed. Now they want to go after Avarice. They see him, and he's heads through the trees. They had vision, but nope, we missed the call blink, and they're just gonna have to back off. Avarice is visible, has to be careful there. GKTA comes in, puts up the stun. Darkfire charging. Motive from the backside. There's the ulti from KY, putting out a lot of damage. Good heal from Darkfire. Call comes out. There we go. Shallow Grave dunked right through it. Turn back around. KY, he's in some trouble. He's gonna go down, but Fate is low from the explosion. Avarice wants to make the chase happen. We get a spin, but it's not enough. Avarice low. GKTA gets the stun up on Azure. Motive gets the play with the side blades, gets the double, and ends up wiping the team. The sacrifice by Axe works out, and Motive and the GKTA will take this tower. What a side blade kill, man. I don't know if that was skill by Motive or just an accidental walk pathing by the Broodmother, but it sure worked out.
I mean, Motive was going to make that attack either way.
Right.
So it ended up working out. I'll give him credit for it, but that attack was going out regardless. The Desolator is now out on TA, which means that these towers are going to be much easier to take, especially if you're getting team wipes every 4 minutes. And just before that fight, I noticed there's Midas on the Broodmother. I have no idea when that came out, but it was not early. It could not have been earlier than 16, 17 minutes. So
I guess it's a catch-up Midas? It's interesting.
A very late catch-up Midas when your team is like... a catch-up Midas works-ish if your team is strong enough to hold something, right?
Well, and I think it only works if it's on a hero that can then come into team fights aggressively with items, right? Whereas Avarice is never going to want to be involved with these team fights as their primary damage output.
Yeah.
We do see a smoke popped, and it is immediately broken because Motive is hiding here in... oh my god. Hiding hidden, blinks away the second that they turn the corner, ruins the smoke plan, and just walks off. Azure on the chase, has the blink dagger, puts up vision, comes in, gets the stun. Refraction going to put in a little bit of work, and a blink again. Yeah.
The blink dagger's up, but at this point, the blink dagger is up on Slardar. That is, they finally have the initiation. He can't chase that, because he already blinked, but what I was going to say is that he can initiate now, but at this point, they're so far behind that taking fights on an initiation is very difficult, because RU has the return mobility. The Axe already has a blink dagger, the TA already has a blink dagger, there is going to be the Tombstone reinitiation, there's a mechanism up on the Undying, like, they have responses now. That's why you wanted that blink dagger up first on the Slardar, so that you can initiate, and then you rely on your Dazzle to keep you alive after you do that, rather than getting a survivability item, which is not even that good of a survivability item in the Vanguard first. You rely on your teammates to keep you alive, and you initiate, and then you get the items you need to survive on your own after that. That way you can at least get some momentum into the game.
Did they change the blade mail icon, or is that an Axe unit?
That's just because of the Axes.
Immortal. Clearly, I don't play very much Axe. All right, gold lead is at about 75 XP, about the same. Let's check in on items. We'll wait for our next fight here. Let's see, the San Josh on the Shadow Fiend's been up for a little while. Not a lot of new stuff on Slaughter besides that Blink Dagger, Helm of the Vlad's Offering. I know I said that finished up on the Brood, and that's about it for big items over on the Dire side as they hunt. They pop the dust. They're looking for Avarice. Avarice going through the trees. Looks like he'll get out, but not before all of his spiders again go down to Fate. Fate loving this Broodmother. Like if he could pick again, I think he'd want it to go exactly this way.
Yeah, it's just not to pick on Avarice. It just doesn't seem like he's that experienced with this specific hero, and I would have really loved to have seen him play an offlaner that maybe either he's more experienced with, or an offlaner that fits the team-oriented lineup that U of T had. The Broodmother pick is specifically designed around having one really stellar player on that specific hero. When you see Mag do it, it's because of his individual skill that it works, and it's the same for every team that runs her.
I think a lot of people underestimate how difficult a hero Broodmother actually can be. She doesn't look hard, but understanding the lane, understanding how to maximize the farm in the jungle, and positioning is just a really tough thing to do. Meanwhile, they're hunting her like crazy. Another dust goes out. She throws the web down and is just sticking to the trees, goes for the TP away. GKTA finds her, but not in time, and she will manage to escape. Look at this webbing system that she's got set up all over this jungle, but it's not accounting for, it's not helping because of the fact that Ryu's finding her. Now my question is this: Ryu just spent about 2 minutes down here hunting the Broodmother, while up top the guys from U of T farmed and pushed a tower. Does that actually work out to the advantage of U of T? I mean, I guess it has to, right?
It didn't really push it. That for tier 1 has been down for a long time, so they got less than 300 damage.
Yeah, but they were able to, they farmed their jungle through 2 cycles while everyone else camped out, basically.
I honestly don't think that's that great. The Broodmother is great for creating space.
Motive finds death. Death finds death. Shallow grave.
Side, it took more than 2 hits this time.
Right? Well, that's because of the shallow grave.
You know.
Oh, wait, Motive turns around, finds KY. KY was trying to sneakily ulti. It's not going to happen. He's going to go down. Tombstone comes out. Avarice from the backside. There's the vision. She's all alone. She's got nowhere to go but back to base, and it's not with a TP scroll, mi amigo, as Motive and the rest of the team take this chance to push forward. Motive says, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and get myself a quick Roche. GKTA continues to phase back the Earthshaker. Good stun by the ES to stop GKTA in tower range, but the chase is on. Darkfire's got his ultimate running. Does miss the decay as Earthshaker jukes through the woods, does a nice job, gets back around behind the tower. Meanwhile, Monib's still working on that Roche. He'll finish him off all by his lonesome. Rest of the team will come just for protective purposes. And a really nice combo for RU to get them even more of a lead. Almost to 10,000 gold. XP well surpassing that at the moment. And the item builds are just so much more on the side of the Dire. We've got 2 Glimmer Capes. Looks like the Guardian's Greaves are almost finished up on the Undying. The Ag Scepter on the Ogre Magi. There's no way to state just how difficult that Ag Scepter Ogre Magi is to deal with, in my opinion.
Just the choices that U of T has made, just items alone, make it so difficult for them to come back. Imagine how different this game would be if Slarter got a Blink Dagger first, right? Then went into a Manta style, because the way that Sideblades work, Sideblade's damage stops if it hits an illusion and goes no further. So a Manta style is really good against a Templar Assassin who's out of control, because you can Manta in front of that TA and stop all of her splash damage that's going around everywhere. Instantly shut her down.
Monib, you crazy bee, jumps in, gets a blink from the high ground, followed by Axe, who comes in, puts up the call, allows Monib to grow havoc. Axe still there, goes for the dunk, cancels it, wants to finish off KY. Oh, he didn't cancel it, it just wasn't close enough. KY, though, still going to go down here on the chase. Monib actually throws from a distance and walks away as his attack travels. Wants to finish Azure. Azure on the run, another call to buy time for Monib to right click, and Axe gets that kill. It's a 4-man white. Broodmother just wandering around praying for something good to happen as they go through, and this will be a tower and a Rax, possibly 2.
They can't.
Oh,
yeah,
that's right,
because there's still a tier 2 to kill, but
they should still have time if they want to push in to get that Rax, because the Aegis is still available here on Monib. And
I don't know that there's anything U of T could do to stop this. Barring another really greedy, hyper-aggressive play coming out of TA. And since she has an Aegis, it would have to be very, very greedy, very, very hyper-aggressive.
All right, Monib does get stunned. Earthshaker doing what he can to zone from a distance. 22 seconds left on the cores to come up here. Axe getting some nice healing. Everybody's back to full. Everybody's got mana. Everyone wants to stay and fight. Monib with that Desolator just putting so much damage onto these racks, and they're going to get both. It should be. Actually, Monib jumps in immediately, sees the ES, forces out the Fisher, and buys some space to keep pushing on those racks. Meanwhile, we see Avarice come around, continues to be harassing. They go for the range racks, want to finish it off. And will they back off? Fate being a little bit greedy, sticking around. Monib comes in to help. Call goes up for the spiders. And now Ryerson will back away. Gets caught inside of the stun. Avarice puts up some damage. Lag spike at the worst possible time, but that allows Dazzle to plan for a weave. So right now, Fate getting very strong. That weave ticking up, but they're not going to turn and fight unless Monib wants to. Aver is out of position. Too much confidence. He is caught out and in trouble. Dazzle gets two-shotted by Monib. Earthshaker comes in for a slam, but it was just a desperation slam to slow the attack, the assault, and it's not going to slow at all because Monib comes in, finishes off the ES, blinks immediately, catches the Shadow Fiend who runs for the high ground. He will get away as Azure comes in, gets up a nice stun, buys some space for KY to put some damage out there, but again, Archdruid Akka is in the right place at the right time every time to make sure that his team stays alive in these fights. And they'll go around, they will get that tower, they will get that Rax, and they will take the game as the GGWP comes out from U of T.
Yeah, really well played from RU. U of T, they've had an interesting draft. They ran it in a creative way, but in the end, they made a lot of mistakes, starting with their itemization and going all the way through the game. So I'd like to see them play some heroes that they're really much more comfortable with. Try to be a little less theory crafting and a little more comfort zone. And maybe they'd be able to bridge that gap just based on individual skill rather than having this next level 3D chess vision of their plan.
That makes sense. All right, guys, my name's Toffees. You can find me at Toffees TV over on Twitter if you like the casting. I'm joined by my co-caster, Gorgon the Wonder Cow. Where can these fine folks find you?
Guys, you can find me over at The Wonder Cow on Twitter, where you can find updates on all my writing and casting.
We got more Dota coming to you. Collegiate Level 1 Dota. This was a lot of fun to watch. Round 2 of University of Toronto versus Ryerson University in this best of 3 for the Collegiate Star League coming to you in just a few more minutes. So stick around. I'll play some music for you and hang out in Twitch chat while we wait for the next game to start up. It shouldn't be too long. We're going to see if maybe we can switch servers to cut out some of this lag. That said, I'm looking forward to a night of lots of fun and hopefully, Gorgon, a game 3. So stick around, enjoy the sounds, and as always, Toffees out.
Sunlight begins to fade now, and I feel like I'm losing time, but I don't know how I'm here. The sunlight has turned to gray, and I feel like I'm losing love again. I don't know how I'm here. I could feel your heartbeat. I could feel somewhere you're looking down. I could feel your heartbeat. I could feel somewhere you're looking down. 'Cause it's you I'm loving, and it's you that I wanna breathe, and it's you And I know now we're getting older. The world we built is slipping through our fingers. We're running out of time. But you are the one I've chosen, and I won't lay still, living left behind, imprisoned by this love. I could feel your heartbeat. I could feel somewhere you're looking down. I could feel your heartbeat. I could feel somewhere you're looking down. 'Cause it's you I'm loving, and it's you that I wanna breathe.
And welcome back to CSL, the Collegiate Star League. Guys and girls, this is Game 2 of Ryerson University versus University of Toronto, and it is going to be a good one. The first one went to Ryerson University in a bit of a barn burner, and we're here to track the progress for Game 2. My name is Toffees. As always, you can find me at Toffees TV, and I'm joined by my co-caster, the writer who's written for just about everybody that you've read, and that is Gorgon the Wonder Cow. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing very well. Game number 1 was a little bit of a raffle stomp, but I'm excited to see what University of Toledo can bring to the table game number 2.
Game number 2, and that's what we're jumping into right now, boys and girls, as the drafts and the bans are already up and running. Alchemist and Doom again banned out, no surprise. Invoker, the Gyrocopter, Zeus, and the Ogre Magi, a band that Ryerson is going to show us not only do they like playing him, but they are scared of him. Respect for that particular hero. Windranger and Dazzle grabbed for Ryerson, Shadow Fiend and Undying for Toronto. And I think that this means Toronto must really like Shadow Fiend, because last time around they ran him, and I suppose you could say that's the one hero that sort of got off to a good start. Will he do as well against Windranger? We'll find out. Undying, another great hero. This time, Toronto taking it for themselves. They could not deal with him last time around. So the question is, will it go better now that he's on their side of the map?
The problem here is last time they drafted this really 4 heroes that seemed like they wanted to pick and push a lot, and they wanted to kind of collect up and take objectives, and then they picked a Broodmother, and they didn't execute that strategy that well. Undying falls into a similar sort of style where he's going to want to rotate into a lane with 2 or 3 other heroes and try to take a fight, try to take a pick, and then push a tower. If University of Toronto, does the same thing here, then I fear that they'll end up just missing their window of opportunity again.
Now, let me ask you about Windranger. On a side note, as we let this draft sort of run out here, or as we talk about it, Windranger was a hero that early on in this patch, I feel like the pros were posting constantly on Twitter. I can't find a game without a Windranger. She seemed like she was really powerful, but I feel like we haven't seen her as much as a competitive play over the last couple of weeks. What do you attribute that fall off in Windranger picks in competitive Dota to?
So there are a couple factors, and a lot of them come down to that ecosystem idea that a hero is not strong just because a hero has strong spells. A hero is also strong because it fits the strengths of other heroes who are strong. As teams, especially pro teams, have started to evaluate and try out the various heroes that have been buffed in this patch, and the various strategies that were indirectly buffed in this patch, Windranger doesn't necessarily sync up too well with a lot of them. What she likes to do is kind of dominate a lane early with some magic damage. She's got a very low health pool, but she does have the ability to dodge physical damage. And then she wants to end up taking quick fights and then pushing down towers. We see a lot more big team fights and big team rotations now than we had prior, and that's, the Bat Rider is starting to become more popular. IO is hugely popular right now thanks to teams like Monkey Business and Vega Squadron. You have the Night Stalker coming back as well. Ember Spirit is hugely successful. So you don't have as much of this style that Windranger really fits into as well. She's still a perfectly reasonable hero. I don't know any reason that she would completely fall off the map because of her own kit. It's just that she doesn't fit into the lineups that teams are using as often.
Makes sense. Okay, it's a good answer. Now we see Tusk grabbed up against that Clockwork. Tusk, another hero that we've seen a lot of. The functionality of his snowball as well as sort of his initiation potential, so very strong. Right now, the lineup for University of Toronto seems tanky and very aggressive.
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. Not only are they tanky, but they have the negative armor aura once again coming out of that Shadow Fiend, which is going to make them seem even stronger in comparison. They're going to be able to shear you down a little bit faster than you would expect in that mid game. Tusk is really dependent on getting some.
That was a cliffhanger, as it sounds like Gorgon may have disconnected his microphone by accident in the middle of his analysis. Sand King going to get picked up by Ryerson University after the next round. Before the next round of bans comes out, here's a hero that we don't see a ton of Looks like it was a connection issue, so we're going to try.
I'm back,
okay, we're back. So a little bit of connection drop. Not only is the lag in Reborn, but it is everywhere. Sand King, though, not a hero that we get to see a lot of anymore. An interesting pickup. Ryerson maybe playing with some new ideas, knowing that they have a game in hand, do you think?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I didn't quite.
I feel like we don't see Sand King played all that often, and I'm wondering if maybe Ryerson University is trying sort of a strategy that's not as prolific or well known as maybe their last lineup was, because they have a game in hand.
Yeah, maybe they're just really comfortable on Sand King. A lot of play at the sub-pro level does come down, like I was saying at the end of last game, it comes down to playing to your individual strengths rather than trying to out-metagame people. And you and I both know from our days playing AD2L that when you really focus very heavily on theory crafting, you often fall behind because you're not focusing on what you're just technically good at. And if you're not technically one of the best players in the world, it makes sense to really focus on what you technically excel at so that you don't fall behind. And
we did talk about that a little bit last Tuesday, the idea that these players are a little bit lower in the MMR scale than you would see in a typical pro match, and as a result, pocket heroes and heroes that you sort of have are going to be more prolific and a lot more important than they are on a pro scene where, you know, certain pro heroes that play given positions can play almost every hero that's viable in that position. So that's why we get to see some fun stuff. Lich we get to see this week again as well. Should be pretty interesting. Again, University of Toronto using a lineup that looks like it's going to be good for initiation. That Lich ulti is going to allow some zoning, some extra armor for them. University of Toronto seems like they're trying very hard to pick heroes that have skills that synergize well together, whereas Ryerson seems like they're really just sort of picking heroes that allow, in this particular match, some brute force and some pickoffs.
Yeah, the Ryerson University lineup doesn't necessarily fit what's popular right now, but this is not... All these heroes were in vogue at about the same time last March or so. So maybe this is just a strategy and a playbook that they have as a holdover from back then that they think they can execute with. PA fit right into that as well. That was a little bit too far off the edge for PA, but it was shortly after that. So really my suspicion is these are all heroes that these guys were playing back then. They see an opportunity to run something that they've run 1,000 times, and they say, let's go for it.
Let's go. Let's play our favorites. Let's play something that synergizes well. We have a game in hand, so if this goes badly, we go to number 3. It's not the end of the world. University of Toronto looking at picking up their last grab. Spectre and Anti-Mage both banned out, and we see the Slark grab by Toronto. So if you looked at the last game, you could see a lot more of a meta style of drafting in it. This one, I feel like, is all kinds of play what you're comfortable with, which is exciting for me because I prefer to watch games where players play what they want to play and don't succumb to sort of a meta that's maybe not designed for them.
Yeah, University of Toronto doing a lot more of a pick fight oriented strategy here, deciding to go in with a Tusk and a Slark. They will want to be able to grab maybe 2 heroes at a time with that Undying, especially. You really maximize your returns if you try to go for small engagements with Tusk Undying and the Slark punt jumps out of nowhere, but they are not going to rely too heavily, it seems, here on an instigating big team fights, which probably plays to their strengths a little bit better.
All right, well, it's Thursday night Dota, and it's time to introduce the teams. For the Dire side, we're going to have Monib playing the Wind Ranger on that carry position for Ryerson University. We're going to have GKTA on the Sand King. We're going to have Arch Druid Akka on the Dazzle. Fate, number 1 on the Phantom Assassin, and last but not least, in that offlane position, Darkfire on the Clockwork.
And for U of T, we've got Avarice rolling around on the Tusk. Death is chilling out on the Lich. We've got KY scaring up a storm on that Shadow Fiend. Azura is going to be leaping about on the Slark, and some symbol that I don't know how to pronounce is going to be the dead guy, Undying.
All right, so Undying and the rest of his team looks like they're going to face off against Ryerson as we have a little bit of a head-to-head looking at each other, staring across the gap. And now the reason that we're pausing here is the guys discussed it in the last game, and they're playing on US West because US East was lagging so hard. So what they said they were going to do is get in, try it, see where everyone's pings are, and if it's better, and then decide if they want to remake prior to the 1 minute mark. So technically, this is them starting before the combat gets into play, feeling each other out. If they decide to go, They can still ask for a restart up to 1 minute. That was the agreement the admin made. However, both teams here, I think, sense the fact that there could be a big throwdown prior to the start of this game, which obviously would then change the desire to have a 1 minute remake. So the guys are saying they prefer higher ping over packet loss. Honestly, I 100% agree with that. You can sort of adjust for ping with a lot of heroes. Packet loss, one of those things where if you get a packet stutter as you're setting up a Shadow Raz or a Pounce with the Slark, there's really no recovering from that.
Yeah, this is interesting. We've got the Slark disconnecting, trying to fix his... He's
going to try to fix that ping, because I think he was the only one up over 200, so that should be pretty interesting. Meanwhile, I'm going to turn it to you while I ask Undying what he wants to be called.
Yeah, that might be a good route of action. But this is a repeat of last game, by the way. U of T is doing exactly what was done against them. They're rotating up. Well, almost exactly. They didn't go under cover of smoke, and they also have a Tusk on the low ground, which is not the way that you normally, if you're going for this maneuver, you want to go around the back end so you don't ever have to walk upstairs. That way you can jump on anybody that you see. But they are going to go in bulk, which at least means nobody should get caught out alone.
All right, looks like we're in a vote position. Motive wants to go back to US East. Everybody's saying, no, so it's a back and forth between U of T and Ryerson. So at this stage, I'm just going to let our admin who's in here deal with that. It's the beauty of having an admin is that they don't get enough love, man, because they're the ones who have to deal with all this sort of difficult server stuff going on in Reborn right now. And I do not treasure, I do not want their job. In fact, I actually got asked to admin for a tournament recently. I was like, nah, not with the way Reborn's going.
Yeah, that's it's a nightmare situation for players and for admins, and really for audiences and for casters. So everybody's equally miserable, I'm sure, here. Fortunately, this pause came earlier than either team can see each other, which is certainly nice. If, for example, this Tuskar had been spotted out already from the high ground, this would be a huge advantage, and they were narrowly away from that.
All right, so... oh, man. So it looks like, yeah, the pings are actually rising over here. A lot of folks are saying it's not any better. In a lot of ways, it's worse than it was on East, and trying to decide if they want to go back. I'm not having any ping issues. Apparently, my internet is God mode because I'm still 37 ms here on the West as well. I'm
at about 100 to 140. It's fluctuating a little bit, but I am getting some packet loss, just like last time, fluctuating up to 2%, 3% packet loss. But once again, it's a server thing, right? It's not something that anybody can do anything about, so they're going to keep disconnecting, and it's not going to fix anything, and then we'll start the game, presumably.
All right. I'm not getting packet losses. I don't understand. Maybe you guys all get on my Bright House level.
Do you have it constantly up on your screen, or are you just clicking ping?
I bring it up pretty consistently.
Yeah, you won't see it, but it's very, very intermittent. You won't.
Gotcha.
Statistically, you're very unlikely to see it unless you just have it up.
All right, so let's talk about the lineups. You've seen the lineups. We have a rough idea of how the lanes are probably going to fall out. Shadow Fiend, I would presume, up against that Wind Ranger, etc. What do you think? What's the tail of the tape in terms of this match? Who's got to win the early game? Who has to come away from the laning phase? What should we expect to see?
I don't have confidence after last game in U of T. They really are going to have to earn that, I think. They have a very rotation-based lineup, and that is a technically fairly difficult amount of teamwork that is required. Now, if they are communicating well and they're getting those rotations, they're getting those kills, and they come out a little bit ahead, then they should be fine. PA typically does fairly well up against the Slark, so that's not necessarily going to be the most ideal of matchups into the mid-game once that PA starts getting going. But PA is the only hard late-game carry that RU has. The Wind Ranger can also deal some DPS. But for the most part, a Slark with a Shadow Fiend, if you do go really late and it's about even, those two should more or less be able to handle RU's lineup, I would expect.
So RU has a tall order ahead of them, seeing how this sort of pans out. I'm excited to see it, because it seemed like, and this may just have been because of the Broodmother situation, that RU had a slightly higher, I don't want to say skill position, but they seemed like they were working together better as a team. They also had Monib, who apparently has no system of understanding that sometimes you just don't dive, but the dives all seem to work out for him. So I don't know. In this game, with a Wind Ranger who's maybe not as equipped to go in deep on these aggressive YOLO style plays, I don't know if Monib will have trouble.
He's really able to do exactly what he was doing before because he can rely on the wind run.
Right.
What damage do these guys have that's not physical damage? They have a little bit of damage coming out of potential ice shards. If Lich wants to blow ult, they can, but if Monib is diving alone like he was last time, the Chain Frost won't bounce anyway. You got some Shadow Raises if that Shadow Fiend, if KY is able to land them pretty regularly. But and maybe like a Dark Pack or Decay or something. But for the most part, a lot of what's going on is going to be right clicks, which means that Wind Run is going to give a lot of leeway to Monib to just kind of dive in.
All right, it looks like we're remaking. So I'm going to throw to the off screen and put on some music for you guys while we get this remake taken care of. And we'll be back with the next match, round 2, just as soon as we can arrange that. So stick around, don't go anywhere. We'll be back with University of Toronto versus Ryerson University.
How do I get my kids' clothes clean?
Freshen and brighten by adding Arm & Hammer baking soda.
All right, boys and girls, it's time to get this thing started. University of Toronto versus Ryerson University. The matchup should be a good one. My name is Toffs. You can find me at Toffees TV, and I'm joined by Gorgon the Wonder Cow. You can find him at the Wonder Cow. Gorgon, that was quite the remake. Lots of internet issues, but we're back, and it's what's looking to be a good game, too, in this best of 3.
Yeah, so already the game getting started. They did remake an all-pick, which is going to shorten their pre-game time just a little bit, but both teams just making the best of it, moving out. We've got a block ward up here. We've got some nice vision for the Shadow Fiend to be able to get those high ground raises as well, and a defensive ward for the Dire side down in that offlane.
Okay, so this interesting lineups. This time we're seeing a 2-1-2 coming out of the guys on University of Toronto, and they're already getting a little bit aggressive, putting some damage on Fake and be working to zone Fade out. Now, he does have a little bit of backup from the Sand King, who I presume will go into the jungle at some point once he gets to level 3 or so. Archdruid going to be here to back up Fate as well. Is this a situation where you move that Undying to the bottom lane because all he's going to do is sort of slow down Tusks, or do you think that they can get enough harass to justify both of them up here?
I think if you move the Undying to the bottom lane, all he does is slow down the Slark, who's way more important than the Tusk. Tusk is typically now run as a support, right?
Fair.
Like a roaming support. So you don't need that much on him to make him work. The fact that the Tusk has already blown more than half his mana at level 1 when they had absolutely no potential to get a kill, that's not ideal. He won't have a snowball ice shards for another 40 seconds or so, so even if there is an opportunity to get a kill, they won't be able to take it.
All right, so we'll pull up that last hit tonight chart for you guys to keep an eye on as this thing gets going. Is there a lane that you think is more important than any other? I mean, the mid matchup looks like it could really be a pace setter for this early game. Is that going to be the case, or is there another match, like, say, Slark Clockwork, that really needs to go well for one team?
I think it's mid only because KY was clearly the most comfortable player on U of T last game, and he's using the same hero, and Monib was a monster last game. They're both two of their highest ranked players, if not the highest ranked players on their team in terms of matchmaking rating. So, yeah, I would say this matchup just because of the players, not necessarily because of the heroes.
Makes sense to me. And you're right, last time around, Monib, I believe, was playing in that mid-TA position and ended up losing the middle lane, not by a lot, but by an amount to KY, until, of course, his team came in and got some ganks. So if Windranger can put up an early start here and Monib can get ahead of KY this time around, I'm a little worried for what University of Toronto can do to sort of answer that. Meanwhile, up on the top, Avarice back to some full mana as he got to slip off and get his mana potion for a while. Undying doing a good job of making Fate consider every last hit that he comes in for as he has resort to daggers to try and get some of that last hit status. On the bottom, Azure and Darkfire going head to head. Is this going to be, it seems like this could become a tough lane for Azure as time pushes on.
Yeah, could be. It doesn't necessarily have to be. The Clockwork is really good at zoning out with the cogs. As long as Azure is not losing all of his mana to cogs, though, he should be fine. And if he does get the Clockwork with the pounce, the cogs won't help him. Right? So you'll be inside the cogs at that point. The pounce will hold him still. So the Clockwork can't have an over-secure sense.
What an interesting, I don't know if you saw that little series of events there. Avarice threw a shared tango on the ground for the Undying, who tried to make space to grab it by tossing one of his GG branches on the ground. But as he did that, Dazzle and Fate saw it happen and charged forward to zone them out. He did get the shared tango, but the GG was destroyed. Now a little bit of vengeance. They go after Archdruid. But the heal does too much damage. Avarice, pot committed, has to go for the finish. Nice. Oh no. Shallow Grave will buy some time. Archdruid should still go down, but Avarice may not. Nope, the heal is just too strong. Avarice dropping. Almost gets him with the ice shards. Fate needs to finish this dagger off in 4. He cannot. He backs away. And what could have gone bad for both ends up being okay, as Dazzle already back to full health. Avarice does have to be careful. But long story short, the GG branch was denied, giving RU a strange benefit here on this bottom lane, taking away that 50 gold.
Yeah, it's 50 gold. It's not the end of the world. Which hero lost? Was it the Tusk?
I believe it was the Undying, actually.
Yeah, he's probably not going for a wand. It was just to give him a small edge in the lane. I don't think it ends up being that big of a deal, but the kill's obviously much more significant.
And I think the kill came from sort of everybody was caught off guard by this weird throwing branches on the ground strategy that University of Toronto was executing at that particular moment. That said, it is 1-to-1 XP and gold, fairly even. Nobody well ahead in this match. Last hit-wise, we've got Fate at 22 up here on the top lane, getting as much farm as he can get his hands on. His counter carry, Slark, is at 26, down on the bottom. Clockwork only 9-1, but doing a good job of making it hard for Slark to really get the levels that he wants to. Slark now 6, though, which could prove difficult if he starts to rotate very quickly. Meanwhile, in that mid position, we've got KY, also sitting at 6. His last hits are at 30. Windranger not far off. Monib also at 6, and he has only actually the same amount after that power shot of last hit. So this is a much more even middle lane than it was last time around.
Yeah, well, that might be because the Windranger should, in theory, get the advantage in this lane, especially early before Shadow Fiend has the right-click damage from full souls of Necromastery. One of the reasons for that is the Windranger's range it's farther. She can attack, I think, 600, and the Shadow Fiend can go about 500. Yeah, he does have Shadow Raises, which will burst through a defensive wind run, but most of his damage is going to end up coming out of that Necromastery in lane. That's how he's going to be doing a lot of his last hitting when he doesn't have bottle control. And he's actually being forced to bottle run right now.
Up on top, Avarice tries to make a move on Fate, misses the shards though, so Fate able to get away. It does look like KY focusing on stacking and pulling some jungle camps. He's got a nice little stack going there when he's ready for it. And it does look like we've got a slowly being farmed stack here as well. So, yep, there's another stack. So a lot of stacks in the Radiant jungle. They've been doing a good job of sort of trying to get some farm available when Shadow Fiend is ready for it. At the same time, GKTA doing a good job in his jungle, getting some nice double stack clears as that Sand King already level 4.
He's been doing a very good job in the jungle. Now, granted, him being here costs his team what every team loses when they have a Sand King, that active component in the early game. But really, the lane that's hurting the most out of that, we're going to see a kill here, and it's going to be a deep dive. Get the courier as well, potentially. He's trying for it. He will not be able to get it, maybe from the high ground. He's got a haste. He's going back in. He does not have a wind run for 1 second, though, and that kind of kills him. If that had come up just a little sooner, he might have gotten in for it.
He was hoping for it. I missed that kill in the mid. Did he just die? Did he dive and get a latch?
It was a haste rune, so he just kind of dove in, yeah.
There you go. The strength and so much damage. That level 4 power shot is so good at this. I mean, at this stage of the game, 360 damage is just brutal. Meanwhile, up on top, Fate again getting harassed aggressively by these ice shards. Tusk is not shy at all about using his mana, and Fate dealing with that as best as he can. Meanwhile, U of T moves that Undying into position. He has the Tombstone available and up at level 3, looking like maybe they want to try to lean this lane into the tower a little bit. Tusk gonna go down. And was looking for a camp. It was warded, however, and now that ward is going to go down. So they might actually have a chance to get a rotation working on this lane.
Yeah, they haven't rotated out of this top lane yet, which means I would expect their goal is to get a creep wave into this tower, dive it, get a kill, and then take the tower. And that appears to be what they're going for, but they just lost their catapult. That was probably the wave to do it.
That's unfortunate. So now they're going to still wait it out. They do throw the shards in, continue to harass Fate from a distance. They say, you can throw your daggers all day, but we'll keep hitting you with ice shards. And Avarice looks like he wants to go deeper now, goes into the there. Oh, Undying barely gets into the snowball in time, but he does. Down comes the Tombstone. Well placed, but a good blink to safety onto the Archdruid. And now a little bit of trouble as the Undying and Avarice are out of position and away from the Tombstone. Gets caught by the Clockwork hook shot. The chase is on. Avarice wants Fate. Fate wants Avarice. Darkfire says, all right, well, I'll go after the Undying. Another nice roll. Catches Fate out of position. GKTA can't decide who to help. He waffles back. He waffles forward. They let the Undying go in favor of the Tusk. I think that's the right decision. Undying gets away, and they get the kill on the Tusk. Though GKTA, I think that little bit of indecision right here may have cost them the ability to possibly get both.
Yeah, trading out that Tuskar, not necessarily the end of the world there, because they forced out so many rotations. Every hero on the map rotating up. Shadow Fiend is well into the lead in terms of last hits now. Granted, he has died once, but he's doing very well. The mid lane, the Slark, catching up quite significantly here in the bottom lane as well, now taking the second most farm spot in terms of CS. Things could be going worse for U of T. They're certainly not going as badly right now as they were after the first team fight last game, right?
Yeah.
So it's a step in the right direction.
And keep in mind, last game that we saw early on, U of T was in a pretty strong position because of that middle, and I feel like they're actually in a stronger position at this stage of the game in this one than they were in the last. As not every lane got boxed out besides middle. Whoa! Avarice and Fate going head to head. Fate gets a nice coup de grace, and now the snowball back into Fate as Avarice was able to heal up inside of the ball a little bit. Uh-oh, here comes the bouncing ball of death, and a good bounce, only one creep up. PA saw it bounce away and knew that there was no hope. Ends up going down. And what we thought was going to be a good gank on Tusk ends up being a great counter gank with a quick rotation from Death.
That was a really great play by Death. Like, honestly, the decision to use the ultimate there could not have been better. And it's sort of a tough call because that creep could have died before the ball bounced, the Ice Blast, or Chain Frost, excuse me, bounced around there.
Cannon
they are
mid.
rotating up for some very aggressive vision. That implies to me, once again, they are thinking about this top tower, but in the bottom, we're going to have Darkfire getting into a bit of trouble.
Darkfire in trouble. Azure on the chase. Going to go ahead and get low, though, as he goes through the trees. Gets a little bit of heal. Puts up the ultimate. Thought about engaging. Decides it's not worth it and backs away as the salve runs. Meanwhile, in the middle position, Monib in some trouble. Oh, the Blink Dagger execution! Shadow Fiend goes down. Was not prepared for GKTA to reveal the Blink Dagger. He gets a good stun and saves the life of Monib, who was in trouble because one Shadow Raz, had he gotten to the high ground, would have been the end of that Wind Ranger.
Yeah, that was a nice Blink Dagger timing from the Sand King. Got it out a little bit short of 10 minutes, I think. That's his first use.
He's been hiding it.
Yeah, I would say good job. He definitely helping out his team there, creating a bit of space, knocking down the most farmed hero at that moment, and really couldn't have done better.
Yep, so very nice, and getting away their most farmed hero so that he did not lose that net worth, was able to maintain that lead at 5,000. I assume, yep, he is already rushing towards that fast Ag Scepter, which looks like that's the way he's going to go with this one, and keeping him alive. I think keeping that Wind Ranger alive before she gets to the Ag Scepter is incredibly crucial for this lineup, and that was just a great play by the Sand King to make it happen. Now we do see Arch Druid rotating towards the top to join forces with the now Blink Savvy Sand King and the PA, who's enjoying a little more farm now that things are sort of balanced out in lanes. Meanwhile, over in the mid position, KY calls in the help of Can, and the two of them stare down that middle tower, hoping to take it. But Monib is a hard person to push into with that level 4 power shot.
Shadow Fiend isn't trying to take anything until he gets his Necromastery filled out. With 25, he's not hitting as hard as he needs to be in order to do much of anything.
GKTA blinks in, steals the haste rune from two heroes, and walks away. That was pretty. That was very pretty.
Yeah, I take that little advantage and you stack them up. They make for game wins. This top tower is still sort of kind of under attack, but it's the most lethargic attack you could possibly imagine. There's even the really aggressive anti-jungling, anti-rotation.
Here comes the smoke. They pop the smoke. They move in on Fate. Fate's out of position. Nice bouncing ball. Last stand goes out, and Fate blinks to safety, getting healed, but they don't care. Ultimate's going to go down. Tombstone left behind. Walrus punch to the face. PA flies and dies right under the tower. Avarice putting up the attack, trying to catch Dazzle inside of his ice shards. Dazzle gets away, gonna hang back and wait for the rotation from GKTA and a possible TP in if they want to try to contest this tower and not let it go down. GKTA, by the way, does have Epicenter if he wants to utilize that to try and defend a push. And it looks like U of T is not going to allow themselves to be caught in that position as they back off of the push. What looks like a very comfortable push, they're smart enough not to take it.
They're waiting to grab this Clockwork Bottom. There's a Shadow Blade here on Azure.
Azure, there's the pounce. Gets the attack. Cogs come out. All it does is lock him in a pit of doom with Azure. Snowball comes in too, but to no avail. In comes the TP. Monib does not get the latch, but puts up the ultimate. That's enough for Avarice, as in comes the Blink. Gets the coup de grace. Azure on the run. Fate to close. He's got the dagger up and ready to go. Blink in 4 seconds. Can they close the gap on Azure? Wind Ranger going around the long way to make sure he keeps vision. He's going to get it right here. There's the dagger, followed by the latch! And that should be enough to finish off Azure. Coup de grace and the right click from Monib. That was about max distance on that latch. Dagger gave him the vision to do it. Beautiful plays by the guys on Ryerson University squad.
Yep, and just for that, 3 for 1. The offlaner really not that valuable right now anyway. He doesn't have Blade. He is going for a Blade Mill instead of a 4-staff build. That, once again, we're talking about what these builds implies. That build implies that these guys are going to get aggressive very soon and stay aggressive indefinitely. So if you go for the 4-staff, it means you want a little bit more control in these fights. You want to be able to work around the cogs and kite people out, right? It's more of a defensive build, and it's more of an initiation sort of counter initiation build, especially when you don't have your ags done for the hook shot to be coming back up. Once that is up, he is going to be able to initiate on one single hero, especially a hero who's going to be splashing around AoE damage, basically knock them out of the fight and let PA come in and start splashing that around as well. And this is doubled down by the fact that there's no Battle Fury on this PA, going straight into what appears to be a Black King bar. So, once again, very aggressive builds here.
Big pounce by Slark. Looks like he wants to go on Fate. Misses the pounce. Got to run. Dazzle on the backup. They want to make this exchange on Azure. Azure does have his ultimates, looking to get around the corner before he uses it. And he doesn't have to. He pops the Shadow Blade. Looks like he thought about going back in. He does have help. So what he might do here is show himself as a bait. No, he's just going to let Fate do himself as he misses the pounce again, but it doesn't matter because the snowball is there. Comes in, Walrus Punch to lock up the kill. TP's coming out aplenty. GKTA with a nice double play. In comes the hook shot. Catches two. Azure's boom, the bouncing ball of doom. Nice shallow grave to buy a little bit of space. Azure putting in the damage. They want to finish off Darkfire. Azure gets himself killed. Goes down as well. They also lost the Tusk. That clockwork play was absolutely crucial, but not as crucial as Dazzle getting a wicked shallow grave inside of that pit to save him from the bouncing ball of death.
Yeah, I just point out, I know I've been going on and on and on about small things, but the fact that the Sand King had a lineup for a two-man stun going away from his tower, but had the foresight to blink and then stun toward his tower so that he would be convened with his teammates and would not be separated in between three of them at the end of that stun. That was a really smart, subtle play that says a lot about this individual player and the habits that he's developed.
And good habits because he's playing very, very well. Gold lead, by the way, at about 1,000 for U of T. Uh-oh, let's look at Monib as Monib just dodges those ice shards. Has to back away from his push. Will hide out in the woods. XP is dead even, so still no one in firm control of this game, though Ryerson University does seem like they are putting together some good engagements. Up on top, Azure going head-to-head with Fate. Fate on the run. Pounce lands. Azure doing really well. Good coup de grace to level things out just a little bit. Looking to get back to the tower. Azure thinking about diving, lands the pounce. What a player. Gets the perfect lineup. Meanwhile, on the bottom, the fights aren't over as Monib's in a little bit of trouble. Has to back off. Sigil going to keep him slow. U of T wants to come in. Gets a little bit of a rip. Throws out the ice shards. Monib still wicked low, backing away. Here's the ultimate from the Sand King. He comes in. He gets a triple stun. Will it be enough? Good shallow grave to buy some time for GKTA, but it's not going to get him out of it. It's going to be 2 down, 3 down, 4 down. Monib comes back, almost dies, and has to use his win run to get out of trouble, and that's a 4-man wipe. U of T, who looked like they were in trouble for a second there, turn it around. What a play. What a I mean, they really, really fought to survive there, and I honestly, I don't know how they did it. I thought that Sand King was gonna coffin them.
Well, they threw out that Sand King ulti a little bit too late in terms of the Undying had already built up to K-Stack, so a lot of that magic damage is being muffled by the noise of how much raw HP that Undying gets from those stacks, right? So you want to get that off as early as possible against a hero like Undying. But the other aspect of that is they just didn't really target all of the same heroes, and they didn't have their primary DPS, which is that Phantom Assassin,
right?
Because she died up top. So it was a 4-on-4, but RU's lineup just does not have the physical damage that U of T's does, and so if they're going to fight those, they need to make sure that they're taking somebody out first.
So it's the tale of this game so far has been exactly the opposite of the last. U of T up by almost 7,500, XP at 5,000. At this stage of the game, in the last one, this is where RU started to pull ahead. They got a nice lead, they started to get momentum on their side, and they fought very well and never sort of relinquished that momentum. This time around, University of Toronto is in the opposite side of the coin. They're doing what Ryerson did to them last time. Is Ryerson in a position to make a comeback here? I mean, it seems like their lineup is a little more gauged to coming back than U of T was in the last game.
Yeah, they have a bit better for that. The Wind Ranger can go late fairly hard. If all players are playing equally well, the Wind Ranger shouldn't be able to go, oh, she's going to try to get a kill on Avarice.
She is, so she goes in. Avarice gets a wonderful latch and an ulti.
Yep.
Nice snowball to disjoint. Moves back around. Power shot is not available, but the ultimate is just too strong. And Monib finishes off Avarice. Meanwhile, in the middle, U of T in some trouble. Good stun by the Sand King. They end up picking off the Undying, but now the Tombstone's putting in work. Fate's going to go down. That's a big kill for them. They've lost 3 across the map. Azure on the chase wants to finish GKTA. Pounce up in 2. Not not going to dive that, however, and backs away. Monib was not there for that fight. They basically said if he's fighting Tusk on the bottom, that makes it safe for us to try and make some plays here in the mid, and it really worked out for them as they only lost the Undying, but they gave up their hard carry and the offlaner.
Yeah, this tower might...
Maybe not. Monib's coming from behind, wants to get that double latch, moves into position, does happen to get a good latch here, goes crazy on KY, the double! The double! Monib made of something special as he comes in and gets a really great play to turn that. They lost the mid tower, but they end up getting a double that they really, really needed. GKTEA comes in, gets the stun slow. There's the power shot. Death will go down. Beautiful play in the Sandstorm to know just how big their margins were. Here comes a stun, rolls out, Walrus Punch, big latch, but not soon enough, as the Walrus Punch does go off and they finish off GKTA. I've lost track of what the numbers were in exchange, but Monib definitely coming back and pulling RU from a really crushing loss in middle position into really what I would consider a break-even.
I'm really surprised that their Lich didn't catch out that Wind Ranger. I really thought that the Wind Ranger would be caught out right about here, and that all three of them would just turn on him. But they just were a little unaware.
Monib blinks in, gets up the shackle, goes in, pulls the ulti. That's going to be dead. In comes the tombstone, but that's going to be an easy kill for Monib as they managed to pick off the Tusk already. Heals it up just to be a jerk, but they end up finishing it and getting a good 150 gold thrown into their pocketbook. Meanwhile, Slark has finished his Silver Edge. That should be pretty interesting.
That's really vital for the Phantom Assassins.
Yeah, there we go.
Right.
So that's going to make PA's life a lot harder. PA already off to a tough start. Ags, though, was finished on Monib, which is why he was able to come in and get so gosh darn aggressive in that fight over in the mid position. Now their goal is going to be to get Fate online, as it looks like he might be building a BKB, Helm of the Dominator up, but that's about it for him. Now we see a rotation. Azure going to lead the charge as they continue to push this mid position. Darkfire doing some scouting for the high ground, throws up a rocket. Monib jumps in, hook shots to Monib, moves in for the fight, throws up the cogs. Bouncing ball is going to only get one. Meanwhile, they got to watch out for that courier. Darkfire gets to the shallow grave, looks for some help. Azure comes in, already low. GKTA stuns up to buy a little bit of space, but can he save himself? He does manage to blink away, and Radiant is fighting frantically. They're looking for someone to kill, but everyone from Dire is gone. So Clockwork, a bit aggressive, ends up going down. Azure playing crazy, goes in for Fate. Fate blinks to safety. Azure is alone, does have to be careful. Here comes the Snowball, though, from the other side. Catches Archdruid. Dazzle popped up, knocked down. No shallow grave to save him, and he's going to get killed. Meanwhile, Monib goes up top, finds himself death, manages to get the pick, and blinks away. Monib playing very, very well, trying to keep his team in this. However, this will be a mid-tower loss as two have gone down for Ryerson in exchange for a lowly Lich.
Not yet. Monib is sitting up here, is seen. They know he's up there, but he's still waiting.
They're
trying to make something happen.
They're a little bit scared. I mean, you have to be scared of the Wind Ranger with the Ags at this stage of the game, right? This 22-minute mark, she's very, very strong if she can catch you out of position, and that seems to be U of T's main concern at the moment because that PA isn't. But PA working very hard to get back in this game, farming as hard as she possibly can. She's a 6.4K, so that does put her significantly behind the top 3 farmers on the map right now. That said, she is gaining ground little by little, and the BKB is almost done.
I'm not entirely sure why the BKB... Maybe you can explain this to me, right? So, obviously, the BKB always has some value, but most of what is hurting the PA is not something that BKB will block, right? The negative attributes that come out of Shadow Fiend, the debuffs, that come out of his ult, the damage doesn't go through BKB, but the debuffs do. Right, you've also got the fact that the Undying is going to be throwing down a tombstone, and that's a big part. That also not really an issue. In addition to the damage amplification, that goes through from Flesh Golem. That goes through BKB as well. A lot of the aspects of what is killing PA is just the sheer amount of damage coming out. It's not necessarily being perma-stunned.
So it looks like we might see an engagement, but I think that the reason she got it is PA's biggest issue in this game so far is that she has been absolutely eradicated at the start of these fights. Shadow Fiend's ultimate's going off. They're landing a really good opener on her. You've got Tusk coming in with the Snowball and the Ice Shard combo. So I think that what PA's hope is here is the BKB will stop some of that initiation damage, especially from the Shadow Raises, and more importantly, force them to consider looking elsewhere. I think that there's, especially at this level, and I don't know if it happens in the pros as often, in the sense of a lot of times I'll buy a BKB in that 3 to 4K range because of the mental anguish, I want to say, it causes the other team, right? They see the BKB pop, they change their attack patterns, and it can a lot of times cause enough chaos to allow the rest of your team to sort of get in there, to allow you some free attack time, and I think he's hoping that that'll happen this time around. Meanwhile, Darkfire and GKTA rotating up to the top. It looks like they're trying really hard to get a kill on Monib here, but it may expose them if they stay too long, as Monib's posse has shown up, but they'll just withdraw, and I will turn it over to you for what you had to say.
I was going to say, what I will say is we've been kind of saying how these guys aren't pros, but they are, almost everybody in this game is above 5,000 MMR.
Right.
Like, they are to that semi-pro-ish level in terms of MMR rating, which is not a super reliable way to rate people's skill or knowledge, but it is the best figure that we have at this time. So they are to the point that I would expect them to be making itemization choices, assuming their opponents are not bad, right?
Right. I mean, I still think that the BKP is a really strong counter-initiator in this particular game, and I think that it also causes a little bit of chaos, especially when it comes out this early in the game. GKTA pulled away safely. Nice little force staff there, but they have to be careful. It looks like RU knows their position is a bit tentative right now. Oh, Monib catches Avarice, goes into the snowball, gonna chase him down. She pops the speed, tries to get away. Big hook shot, turns back. Hook shot catches 3, but all that's gonna do is put him in a position to get work. Nice. But no, wow! What a play. In comes that Sand King, putting in some serious work. Is it going to be enough? It is not, as 3 go down. Make that 4. Sand King's got nowhere to go. Monib has to blink to safety. So what I thought was going to be a phenomenal combo between the Cogs and the Sand King just ends up not working out, and that was due in large part to the heal coming out of Undying there that made sure that everybody stayed alive, and that was just a huge play.
So she popped the BKB there, but what did it really do for her? Once again, you know, she still got hit by the movement speed reduction, which kept her from getting away. She still got hit by the damage reduction, which kept her from being able to kill anything. Right now, Monib is the only one really providing any sort of sustainable damage in these fights. The Sand King's doing a very, very good job of getting a bunch of damage out there, but it's never going to be enough to kill somebody because it's such a tanky team.
There he goes. Ultimate's going to go up on Azure. Azure's got to jump away. Another nice latch. Here comes the hook shot. Darkfire's got Can inside. Pops his Blade Mail to buy a little bit of space. He's probably going to go down, though, again, as a nice Shallow Grave comes out. We do see the Undying running for safety. He gets himself a good heal and a pull. GKTA, though, with the Force Staff, comes in, goes Invis. They get the Undying, and they finish off the Lich. So they do get the 2 supports in this fight, and they all lose their tower. So they lost 2 towers out of that exchange. They did lose 4 heroes, but they came back and at least got 2 on the counter push. Ryerson not out of it yet, but I'm going to pull up the gold chart, and you're going to see that they are down by 10,000 gold. They're down by 7,500 XP, and a lot of their coming back in this game depends on Phantom Assassin pulling out some sort of return on the farm, and they are going to find Azure. This is going to be a big kill if they can actually close it down. It doesn't look like they can't.
Yeah, there's no way they're going to catch him. It was a nice fight dream. They've got the Wind Ranger, which means that they are going to be able to knock down Roshan. Whether or not U of T wants to engage onto this, and they can't really, because their two group engagers are both dead right now, so they're going to have to give this up probably. Avarice is going to give up a free kill here.
Avarice goes in to do some scouting, I suppose. Gets a snowball to try and buy some time. It's not going to happen. Goes down, gives away some free gold, as you said. Monib picks up the Aegis. Interesting question for you. So, normally at this stage of the game, you would see a Wind Ranger pick up a Chrysalis or maybe a Maelstrom for farm, not necessarily first to Desolator. Do you think that that's because he's trying to give PA some more damage output potential? What's the reasoning behind the Desolator?
It is absolutely core, especially if you are a massive damage, like you have to play as a late game. This is core, right? You want to be able to take Roshan quick, especially as Dire side. You want to be able to take towers fast, especially when you're behind. Every opportunity that you have after killing a hero, especially when you're in this stage of the game and already have a bare Rax, you need that negative armor. You really do. It does, like you said, it helps the PA. The crit goes obviously a lot farther if you have a significant amount of negative armor onto the opponent that's getting critted. But really, I think it's just Monib is individually skilled and trying to do as much carrying on her own back as possible.
Right. And it seems like it's definitely going okay for Monib at the moment. He does now have the and the Chrysalis is now officially up. He got that as they went into the tower. Also, quick note, the feed that we saw coming out of Tusk was because he thought he was microing his sigil, he said.
Oh, well.
So he was sending his sigil into scout while looking somewhere else, and apparently his sigil was headed to lane to farm while he walked in to scout the Roche pit. Oops.
is a big whoops. This warding is also a bit of a whoops from the Dire. I don't know if you're seeing this, but I suspect one of those was dropping when Tusk used his invisibility.
Yeah.
One of those was probably intended to be a sentry.
Yep.
That lack of vision when you're behind hurts. Of course,
Ooh.
Wind Ranger Monib is to the point where nobody from U of T can walk up to Monib and handle except maybe the Slark, right?
And
maybe
that's
the Slark, and only because he has an escape mechanism.
And what they're doing right now, I like. They're moving him around. He's got a little bit of protection in the form of the clockwork, but he's split pushing. He's forcing them to decide either we take our whole team up and stop Monib, because you can't just send one hero to sort of stop the split push with how powerful he is, and buy some time for the PA to farm. Unfortunately, the PA is just running in circles down here on the bottom lane. There we go. So PA is going to go in here and I would presume get this kill, hopefully stack it at 5-2, and get back into this game. Farm already up at 1400, so hopefully she can make something happen. Meanwhile, up on the top, Darkfire tries to TP to safety. Does not do it. He does not get away as they came. Like we said, they brought their whole team to stop Monib. Monib was stopped. They ended up getting the clockwork out of it, which is a great deal, but Monib able to escape. They would love nothing more than to get one kill on this Wind Ranger right now.
Death has been doing absolute work with his Chain Frost in combination with this Glimmer Cape. He saved so many lives with the disjoint from the Glimmer Cape on auto attacks, which is coming out of that Wind Ranger. That by itself has more than paid for the item. And the fact that he has such good judgment as to when to use that Chain Frost and when to hold it, he's been... If U of T win this game, it is largely going to be on the shoulders of that support.
So interesting. GKTA goes in and actually farms up this stack instead of allowing PA to get it. Interesting. PA actually went over there to farm that group, and GKTA just came in and said, I'm sandstorming this. Go somewhere else.
PA didn't build a crit, so
right.
How is he going to farm a giant stack efficiently anyway? He might as well just go to Ancients. It's going to be quicker. I don't necessarily know that that's a discussion that they had, but big stacks with PA. I'm sure they don't have Battle Fury. Or I said crit, but I meant Battle Fury.
I'm sure the discussion was very different in their Skype chat. Gold lead, by the way, of U of T is dropping. It went down to 6,000 after these pickoffs Motive has been able to secure, and the XP is only at 5. So are you getting back into this? GKTA, nice escape. Uses that. Whoa, Monib, all right, stop it. Stop getting kills so quickly. I can't find him. It happens so fast. Monib goes in and gets another kill on the bottom and just aggressively pushes this lane while GKTA dodges a gank. So again, this really working out for RU to try to get themselves back into this.
I mean, you asked why the Desolator. This is why the Desolator does more relative damage to lower the effective hit points as a Wind Ranger at this stage than it does to raise your effective damage with the 30 damage and the crit chance from the Crystallis. So it was a really good choice, I think, for Monib, and it's allowed him to go anywhere he wants to get any kill from anybody. U of T have really let off the gas here too, and that might be costing them the game.
Absolutely.
I honestly think it is. I don't know, unless RU have just a really bad fight. I think that they are in a position now where they're going to be able to start rolling through U of T very soon.
I mean, they're just so scared of Monib right now, and position-wise, that they're just constant. They're just, like you said, they're letting off the gas when they need to just be working together. I think if they had rolled into maybe even just a 5-man, started shoving lanes down as Monib tried to go the opposite direction, it might have worked out for them. And now things are starting to look a little bit scarier as these items start to come out. Monib actually, the Aegis reclaimed without him ever dying, but able to push a couple of lanes out, get a tier 2 during his time with it up. That's that's
tier
tough.
2 tier 1s and 3 or 4 kills, just based on the security that Aegis gave him. And now he's got full boots of travel. He's almost 6 slotted. He's getting close to his Daedalus if he doesn't want to say buyback. Things are going well for Monib. The rest of his team is starting to catch up as well. The PA is about 5,000 behind the Slark, which is way closer than she was.
Wants to go for the Slark, waiting for a chance to blink. The rocket comes out for vision. Monib's going to go ahead and show with that arrow, and Slark hightails it out of town. Meanwhile, down the bottom, the chase is on for GKTA, who's been trying to do the opposite on the split. He gets caught with the Walrus Punch. He will go down. This is the second time that he has been caught by the entire team's rotations. Now, here's my question. I guess it would be okay if... So last time that happened, last time he was caught out, it was in the mid position, and the fact that they rotated 4 in to kill him allowed Monib to take a tower and push a lane without any issue whatsoever. This time around, there wasn't any of that benefit. So I guess that's the first time I said, it's not a feed, it's a space maker. This time, I just don't understand why he was in that spot.
Well, he started in that spot. He engaged down here, and he had missed a stun trying to grab a kill on the Tuskar, I believe, which is a kill he probably couldn't have gotten anyway. He was trying to move on somebody down there. And then I left my camera kind of stray away. I figured he would back up and regroup with his team, and he just never did. He just hung in that area of the map. I assume he farmed jungle a little bit and then got caught in the lane as he was trying to return, but I don't know. There was really no good reason for him to be down there by himself.
All right, now we do have yellow as Azure sees himself. Darkfire wants to go in. Darkfire pops up the Blade Mail, and Azure has to back off. Blade Mail, a great get for him, as it's making Azure think twice about these sort of engagements, because that's what Slark wants to be doing right now. He wants those pickoffs like Monib's getting, but he doesn't seem to be able to close as many deals as Monib has been able to. Let's look at overall farm right now. PA starting to catch up with the Slark a little bit, but it is a slow process. Basher is now up on him.
The Sanjin Yasha seems like a really poor choice to me for the Slark. If he's going for health out of that, you probably could have gone for a Scotty maybe and gotten more health anyway. Since you're spending all of your time while you have advantage farming anyway, go for the big item, right? It doesn't seem like he's going to go into the fight anytime soon. Really, probably you should have gone for a Monkey King bar to deal with the blur in case he's not able to use the break. But yeah, the decision to go in. The other thing is that the movement speed not really that great because everybody on RU has mobility, right? Everybody's able to blink or force staff away. So getting the slow from the main and the movement speed from the Yasha isn't really going to stop the Slark from getting kited, but he was going to get kited anyway.
Right.
I don't see that this item gives him much of anything, whereas a Scotty would have given him a lot more survivability, though the slow criticism would still be potentially true. Or better, a Monkey King bar would have allowed him to do much better against this PA, who will eventually become an issue if they just give indefinite.
Well, and presumably the Wind Ranger as well.
Yeah, for the Wind Run, you're right.
So, and that's been one of their issues, is they can't figure out how to stop Monib. Monib's getting in there, getting kills. Anytime they kind of close on her, she pops Wind Range and gets out of there. So I think an MKB would have been a nice pickup. That said, I think that we're on to the fact that Ryerson is starting to look better and better by the minute. That PA is catching up. The gold has sort of stabilized. We don't see huge fluctuations in it like we did early on. That said, U of T is making sure that they don't lose their farm advantage. They're being very careful, but they're moving around in sort of smaller groups to farm up the jungle, keep gold coming in as quickly as they can, and it looks like maybe they're planning a little something here. Does anybody have smoke on them at the moment? Nope, they're just lumped up.
Yeah, they're just continuing to farm for no apparent reason. Now, granted, a Slark 6-slotted and a Shadow Fiend 6-slotted full souls, which, by the way, a mechanism is not going to be part of that 6-slot, so eventually he'll have to get rid of that if they want to go super late, which seems to be their plan now for some reason. I guess they just figured, well, if we do go very late, we probably win out. The Wind Rangers has huge DPS. But that DPS is single target. Once you use that focus fire, you have to focus down that one target, and that's the weakness of the Wind Ranger as a potential late game. I imagine she'll probably go for a Maelstrom or something, just in case they do have to fight against Megas at some point. But
Monum got Aegis backed away. I thought he was going to be in trouble. I don't know if you saw that when he initiated on the Roche. He clicked both his Shackle Shot and his ultimate, the Focus Fire, on the Roche, I think intending the Shackle Shot to break Roche's link.
It happens in pros. I complain about this constantly. That we see this almost every week since Wind Ranger has become popular, right, in pro games. Almost every week since then, there's been a high-profile game where somebody messed up by throwing out the Shackle Shot, then clicking Focus Fire before the Shackle Shot animation lands, which is when it lifts Spell Block. That it's a small thing, but it bothers me. I feel like for Monib, you know, whatever.
Well, he was in a dangerous spot because it got him lower on health, delayed the Aegis, and honestly, the other team was right here. If any of them had wanted to blink in, he would have been insta-dead. So one of those things you just got to think of.
Like, big fights swing because of that mistake in the past. That wasn't obviously one of them, but it's of serious risk. It's something that you want to take very, very special care to do right.
And I'm sure it's something where you probably don't see it all that often when you're practicing, right? Because it's a strange mess up. That said, RU does pick up the Aegis. Now we see the smoke. It's almost as if U of T was having a discussion of we should smoke and grouped up long before the smoke ever got there.
Yeah, and, it's too late now, though.
Yeah, no, and that's it. I think that's what happened. That's what we saw down there on the bottom is somebody was like, let's smoke, and everybody went, oh, did you buy it? So Azure looks like he jumps, pounces on Fate. Fate in some trouble here. Does have the blink to GKTA to get away, and GKTA now will go with the Sun. Dazzle comes out to help out, but GKTA could be in some trouble. Weave going to get him a little bit of armor, blinks to the high ground, and the smoke comes to naught. Meanwhile, Monib takes a tier 2.
like I was saying, it's the mobility. They don't have any way to stop the mobility. So
I'd go as far as to say they can't stop the Monib-ability.
Throws
Throws up the shackle, blinks away, and Monib just too much to deal with this particular moment.
Yeah, every time they do anything, he is going to be able to knock down a tower. He's got boots of travel. If there is a lane anywhere near their side of the map, they are no longer allowed to leave to try and go get those ganks. Every time they do it when the equilibrium is not in their favor, they will lose objectives. And at best, they'll take trades. Because they aren't strong enough anymore to just wipe through RU. Like, the PA has got him basic survivability up. He's got a Skull Basher now. The Black King Bar helps with that survivability. I don't think that it was something that should have been prioritized the way that it was, but it certainly doesn't hurt to have one, especially against the nuke damage potential in these types of engagements that the Lich is now starting to pick with his team, where there are no creeps around and they're going to try to get optimal bounces, right? Those weren't the type of fights that were being picked when this Black King Bar was chosen, but they are the type of fights that are being picked now.
So
I don't know that RU had any way of predicting that.
So GKTA has put on an Octarine core, and now he's pushing lane, gets caught by the pounce, killed again, and I'm not really sure why.
At the plus side, it doesn't really matter that much if that hero's dead.
Explain. Oh, hold on, Monib, what you doing there? I was scratching my elbow, and he chooses to go on somebody.
Wow.
Oh, good juke. Monib could be in a little trouble. Slark moving on, and Monib turns back around, gets hit by the pounce. There's the bounce. It's not enough. Finishes the job. He is going to go down, but he's got the Aegis. He's all alone. The entire team is here. Can Monib get away? Looking to blink. Can't get it off. Now he's got to put up the win range. Wants to go. Turns back around. Kills Death, and then continues the win run. And now he turns back. He's still in here. Gets up the shackle. Doesn't latch, though, and that could be the death of Monib. Comes in. Gets a great last stand. Puts up the TP. Wow. He will escape. Wow.
Yeah, the Dazzle's a very worthy sacrifice.
Oh, 100%. And then meanwhile, in the mid, Fate, who has been really a non-factor, goes ahead and takes the mid tower with Darkfire. Dazzle comes in for what I have to say is probably the most beautiful save of the game. And Monib just survives. I mean, it's incredible.
Hear my incredulous why when 4 of them started running at Monib there? I don't understand what they possibly thought they'd get out of that. Best case scenario, they trade the Slark because he engaged first for some reason to obviously be the target of the focus fire. So best case scenario, they trade the Slark, maybe get Aegis, maybe even kill Monib, and then can't push on it because the Slark is dead and Monib definitely, at least as far as they're concerned, they have to expect Aegis buyback. He doesn't, but they have to expect it because he's so pumped, right? I don't understand what... Actually, he doesn't because he bought a Demon Edge just now, so he did during that fight. I don't know... Maybe if the Tuskar had engaged first and the Slark had backed off and then blinked in or something. He doesn't have a blink, but Shadow Bladed in order to get the Tusk to be the target for the focus fire. Maybe then you can justify because you're trading off the Tusk for potentially a Monib, but not the Slark. Slark is still very, very farmed. He's worth a lot.
Right. Now, at this stage of at the early part of the game, the gold lead was about 10,000 to the favor of University of Toronto. They're at 2,500 now. That's how far back they've pulled it. XP is almost even as well. So it feels like University of Toronto going with this high ground push in a feeling of desperation. Can, out of position, gets caught, rocked, and dropped by a nice little play by Monib. No latch needed, just bought enough time to kill him. Meanwhile, in comes Darkfire, goes for the hook shot. Hook instacog, doesn't pan out as he missed the hook. Monib on the chase, though, with GKTA. Gets a force staff to buy a little bit of space. Meanwhile, the chase is on. There they go. They find Monib. Here's the roll. They were trying to bait him into a fight. Immediately, the shallow grave comes out a bit too early, perhaps, as Monib in some trouble, goes to the TP. Will not get out. He is going to go down. That's a huge kill for the Shadow Fiend. Darkfire is going to force staff, but not to safety. Big pounce by the Slark. This could be the turnaround that they were looking for. Avarice low. Fate wants to come in. Blinks too, but he gets knocked to the high ground by the low ground by the Cogs. They do finish him. GKTA goes ahead and throws up the epicenter to try and make something happen, and now the chase is on as they want to try to finish Slark, but Slark long gone. It's a 2 for 2, I believe. No, maybe more as Azur's in some trouble. Nice play as we saw the buyback from Monib to make sure that this happens. He goes again, he gets a kill, and is able to get back into this fight. So a good buyback, ends up coming in and getting that kill. And,
probably game. There's no buybacks on DT. They'll have a tombstone to defend, but they are not going to have the Requiem Souls to reduce that physical damage coming out. They're not going to have the Chain Frost to deter, and they are not going to have their Slark. Which is, by the way, the only hero who has the ability to stop the blur. Like, they
Right.
don't have any way to stop wind runs, which is by itself bad enough, because Monib's the real problem. But not being able to stop the blur either is absolutely devastating in this case.
Yeah, you got to think that a Blink MKB on that Slark would have been significantly stronger in this game. Now, we do see a Blink up by GTKTA to buy a little bit of time. Monib going to go ahead and chip that tower. Wants to kill it, does manage, pops the win run, and just backs away as the TPs come out from everybody who respawned. Avarice comes in, gets up the punch on Fate. Monib caught inside of the shards, goes in the trees, gets up a nice latch. Big shallow grave to buy some time for Fate, and that's going to be one down in the form of Tusk. We do see the BKB come out from KY, but here comes Monib doing some serious damage, turns back around, has to walk off for just a second. We lost the PA, Dazzle not available, good latch to buy a little bit of space. Darkfire comes in, throws up the zoning cogs, Force Staffs himself out. KY gets hit by the cogs 3 times. GKTA again with the stall Force Staff, and they do manage to back out, so good plays.
U of T taking a fight. When the chips are down against what I would have considered the odds, they did a good job there. There's really no saying it another way.
I will say that maybe Ryerson chose to get a little bit too much pressure, put that PA in a bit deeper than was necessary. But at the end of the day, you're right. They did get a good kill. Now it looks like they're going to try to push down that mid position again as Monib TP'd up to top to try and push out this lane. And they're going to head... Nope, they're not going to head down. They decide it's not worth the trouble. There's
no way.
Let's see. Gold lead is at 2,000. XP is now actually in favor of RU for the first time since minute 0 as they continue to grow fatter and fatter in this game. Sanjasha up on the Slark like we saw earlier. Shadow Fiend has also finished his, as well as an Eye of Scotty. We have the Solar Crest on Avarice that I think was used pretty effectively in that last fight. Shadow Fiend did manage to build the MKB. I think he just got his hands on it.
Yeah, he just
so that's going to be really, really huge. And Undying with that Ag Scepter. On the opposite side, Wind Ranger's farm continues to get beefier and beefier as she's grabbed herself another Demon Edge to go along with that Desolator, Ag Scepter, Daedalus, and Boots of Travel Blinktaker. So she's awful close to becoming fully 6-slotted. And I don't know, when does Wind Ranger begin to fall off in a game like this?
She doesn't fall off so much as other heroes just go farther than she does. You know, some heroes, they just hit a point and they just don't do anything that relevant anymore because relative to the HP pools that their opponents have, their damage is less. Wind Ranger's damage is always great. It never scales down, so to speak, because Focus Fire is such a great skill. The problem is she's so single target that she by herself is not really functionally capable of winning entire fights the way like a Naga Siren that 6-slotted would, or a PA with a Splash, for example, with a Battle Fury might be able to. So, in terms of her late game, she does carry late game fairly hard, right? She just doesn't carry late game as hard as a lot of other heroes. I would argue maybe Slark does harder because he has that Essence Shift, which allows him to attack basically as fast as a Focus Fire indefinitely once he gets into a fight.
All right, now we do see a smoke rotation by Ryerson looking to get a pick off at the same time that U of T seems to be doing it on the top lane. So it's going to be 5-5 in opposite jungles. No one going to find anything. However, Ryerson gets the benefit of a Roche when they finish their scout run. So they're going to go straight in. Well, Monib does the combo in the right order this time around. And Roche will drop very, very quickly.
He'll still die so fast here. Cheese is available. It's going to be saved by... Looks like Clockwork's going to drop a bottle. No? PA ends up grabbing it. Drops Shroud Portal. This is actually a big mistake, I think. He needs to be back. Why is he walking? This fight, they're going to potentially lose a Rax before he gets up here.
They come in, tower is down, they look to make the push. They see Monib, and I don't think that they're confident enough to try to push into him before the PA gets here. PA closing, there's the Tombstone. Tombstone in a bad position is going to get just easily right-clicked down. He heals it up, but to what end? In comes Dazzle, gets a big weave out. In comes the hookshot. Darkfire in some trouble. Nope, he's just going to use it for zoning, forces himself to safety. PA is now here, and that's the end of the push. So... U of T maybe not making, I don't know, man.
God, if only U of T had vision anywhere down in this area
to know that PA wasn't there.
Was not there, they would have gotten that Rax. They would have just pushed up. They would have lost one guaranteed to the Wind Ranger, and there's nothing you can do about that because it's just so fast. But with all of them cranking on that Rax, they would have been able to get it, and most of them should have been able to get out.
Yeah. So, that said, though, it did not happen. The gold lead is now dead even, and this game is right back to really where it started in a lot of ways, as this is the first time we've seen those two graphs sort of meet up in the middle. Shadow Fiend, very well farmed. He's looking very good. He's getting closer and closer to 6 slotted. That Talisman of Evasion up on him now, and that said, though, PA has finished the MKB. So whatever Shadow Fiend has planned, I don't think he was prepared for Fate to pop out with the MKB as he's going to. Also worth noting that Fate has 2,000 gold, but no TP scrolls sitting on him. So he does have a buyback, I guess.
Yeah,
but
it's a buyback TP strat. Basically, you run in, right? There's no lockdown. What? Where'd that cheese go? Oh, it's on tanking. He's going to buy a TP scroll here. So, never mind. Basically, what you might expect there is that he YOLOs in, saves the cheese, dies fighting as much as he can fight, and then buys back to instantly be back at his base with cheese. That's something that we see semi-frequently in games that end up going this way. Modem's going to be able to knock this tower down.
Yep, so tower's down, a little stall by the Sand King just to make sure it happens. Then we get the latch. What a great shackle. And it looks like they're going to go in, so KOI puts in the fight. Here comes the Cogs, big hook shot. Monib in some trouble, does get the shallow grave, however. He has an Aegis available as well. He wants that melee racks. Meanwhile, the fight inside of the Cogs, we've lost the clockwork. Wind range is going to go down, but he's coming back up. PA down as well. GKTA comes in, but gets stunned. He's going to go down now, and Monib's going to have to try to run for safety as they're going to lose 4 on Ryerson trying to get that racks. Nope, cheese. I was wrong. I spoke too soon. GKTA gets away with use of the cheese, and Mona was able to hide out in the trees and TP away to safety. So they did lose that PA, which seems to be becoming a common occurrence in these big fights, and they take out the tower and the melee racks for their trouble.
So this is what I've been talking about all game, right? That fight, Wind Ranger did an immense amount, but a lot of it was targeted on structures, and she can't. She is not a small boat. She's a giant yacht. She's a warship, and she does not change direction very efficiently. So whereas the Shadow Fiend and the Slark are able to just change target, move on, do just as much damage, extraordinarily effective in this late game, the Wind Ranger kind of carries on momentum. The problem for U of T now is just making sure that they're picking those fights in more neutral grounds where Wind Ranger isn't going to be able to blow up their tower during the duration of a fight, right? Blow up a Rax during the duration of the fight. Because they should be winning these fights at this point. They're getting pretty close to even.
Uh-oh, GKTA could be in some trouble. He's going to force staff, try to get some safety, gets the blink up. We'll be able to get out of this one.
Last drum charge, and it's not going to be enough. Yeah, he probably should have saved that for the push.
Save that for the push. He ends up getting away. Meanwhile, the mid racks or the mid tower under assault. GKTA TP straight down there. Azure looking to go on him. Comes in and GKTA just blinks away. So every time that they try to show top push, immediately another lane gets pushed up. The boots of travel proven to be very, very difficult for them to deal with. Also worth noting, Slark has finished up an MKB as well. So he took some advice, built the MKB, and now that's 2 MKBs on their side, but also Monib has finished his MKB as well.
Yeah, one of the problems with the Slark build, and I wasn't criticizing the Silver Edge to open because it was working for them and they got up to the high ground, but then for no apparent reason they decided we'll go super late game instead, which has been sort of working out for them, but not nearly as well as it would have worked out for them if they had a Rax right now, right? Now the problem is that Silver Edge is not going to scale into the late game, into that 50, 60, 70, 80 minute mark as a Monkey King bar would have. Right. So now he's got a slot of an item that he will eventually have to drop to get a better item that gives him more survivability, more persistent damage output, and that ends up shifting back his net worth compared to his opponents a little bit. So even though the net worth looks really even right now, bear in mind that the Slark is actually a little bit behind in terms of ideal farm.
So it looks like University of Toronto takes everybody up to that mid lane. They were setting a trap down here on the bottom, had 3 heroes waiting for somebody to stop this bottom push. And it looks like they may just go ham, and immediately University of Toronto, 3 heroes turn on a dime and head back towards that middle. GKTA's in charge of coming to stop them. He does get a stun and then runs high. He's trying to get them to chase him, and he is successful as they turn to go after the Sand King instead of moving towards the bottom lane. That said, Motive not confident enough to come in and try to push. In the meantime, GKTA still proving incredibly elusive, and looks like both pushes, the mid and the bottom, peter out at the same time.
There we go. Azure is going to be spotted out by a ward. He's being chased now by Mona, but he is invisible. There's going to be the vision. Focus fire. The shackle will not latch, and you should be able to get away here.
He looks like he's going to the high, but GKTA spouts him out, blinks in the opposite direction of Monib. They find him, they kill him, they get him. And that was good communication by the Sand King and the Wind Ranger to make sure that they cover 2 exits at the same time.
There is a buyback available on him, and he will probably have to use it.
Monib. Look at this. He's pushing straight down, wants to make a go of it. In he charges, and KY turns back around and says, if you want to play, I'll play.
Yeah, but this is another problem with the Wind Ranger in the super late game. Her health pool and her armor are not good. Her natural armor right now is sitting at 10. And because she has to spend so much of her item slottage on damage, she doesn't actually get boned up armor, and especially against Presence of the Dark Lord, anytime she's near that Shadow Fiend, he can kill her in like 6 hits. She is not a sustainable damage dealer, and that's her big problem.
Monib, though, is going to take the bottom tower in the chip strat. That seems to be their go-to at this point, and they continue to just kind of bring some aggression here and make U of T constantly have to play on a defensive tenor. GKTA, I'm a little curious about that. Goes into a tough position, gets hit with the Walrus Punch, hit with everything. Last, Shallow Grave comes up, and he doesn't try to TP away. He just goes to the high ground. Meanwhile, we see the Force Staff by KY comes up, wants to keep the fight going, and GKTA somehow still alive. KY getting a little far out in front. This could be dangerous for him. He needs to be careful here. Weave comes out by Archdruid. He's going to go down, though, and they will... Unless the TP goes through, it doesn't. Walrus Punch will prevent that. In comes GKTA, gets the ulti up. Monib with a huge lance, turns on KY. He's putting out some serious damage, but everyone's living. Buyback from Monib. He wants to get back into this. They lost Fate. That is huge. They lost the Sand King. Burns a buyback. He wants to TP back into this. Azure looking for Darkfire. Darkfire is going to go down, so they do get the Shadow Fiend. We get a buyback from the Lich, and everyone is back to the bottom lane push. So after all of that, we saw 3 buybacks, or 2 buybacks, I'm sorry. 3 if you count the Lich, and the loss of the Shadow Fiend. I guess that brings Dire back into the ability to try to push this lane. Were those buybacks justified?
That was a moment where it's really unfortunate. I think they had to buy back there, but I don't think that it does anything for them. I just think that the cost of not buying back and then getting pushed on is so significantly worse. So, right, the goal with those quick buybacks is that if the fight happens to swing your way just a little bit, you can now take the fight. If you don't have the buyback, you can at least defend Roshan, potentially. You can at least defend, which is not going to be up for a little while, so Monib is going to be a little bit sad there. But you can defend, I don't know. It's a very hard buyback, I think, to criticize, but it's also a hard buyback to justify.
GKTA getting engaged on. Monib TP's down to the bottom lane and just comes in behind the Lich. Comes around, going to get Avarice as well. So that's going to be a double kill because they thought that they could go ahead and get GKTA. So GKTA playing quite the bait game here with Monib.
It's the long con. He's been keeping
is.
himself all game from that moment.
Well played, sir. Long respawn still left on the Roche, so they keep checking it. They've got about a minute left to go as they wait for that one. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, GKTA TP's out after pushing it. Monib going to creep in. Meanwhile, in the mid, GKTA going to push that one up. We do have Azure farming his lane, but he's going to have to come back to try and help defend this. We're going to see the glyph to buy a little bit of time. Here's that TP we knew was going to come. Azure wants to engage. Monib just pops the wind run and backs away. Meanwhile, GKTA starts the push. A little bit of damage on the range racks to sort of tempt them away from it. And that's his whole goal, is just to cause the split. In comes the blink. Goes immediately onto the melee racks. Melee racks is down, and Monib again going to run. Darkfire comes in with the hook shot just to do a little bit of zoning, and they'll back off. Chip shot, walk away. Chip shot, walk away.
Yeah. This is classic Rat, and U of T just fell for it. Honestly, they shouldn't have lost the racks there. They should have been able to play that, but they overextended. Now KY.
Oh my, Monib comes in.
Right now.
That's a big kill. Here comes the buyback, and again they walk away, but the hook shot from Darkfire comes in, throws the cogs down to get himself out. Fate and the rest of the team join them in the mid position. It looks like they may fall back. I think Monib gonna go ahead, check Roche. Yep.
Roche is up, yeah. They got the buyback out of KY. There's no reason to continue to push there. KY is a monster. Can absolutely wreck the Wind Ranger if Wind Ranger doesn't get a perfect initiation off. And we saw, remember what I said about getting fights on neutral ground instead of these defensive fights where things can go wrong in terms of their structures? We saw how great that worked out here in the Radiant side jungle, where U of T took a neutral ground fight and absolutely dominated. That's the sort of fight that they really need to be taking, but they continue to get pushed and corked up into their base here. And that's just going to allow the Wind Ranger to continue to chip away.
Speed smoke, quick engage. In comes the blink from Fate. There's the shackle, gets the double latch, turns back around. GKTA comes in with a huge stun and an epicenter, putting out a lot of damage. Monib in some trouble, though. Nice shallow grave to buy some time before the Aegis falls off. Fate goes down. We do see Monib putting in some damage. He's going to drop. Darkfire goes down as well, and they've now got 4 waiting for Monib to come back up. Can he get out of this one? He's got to try. He can't do it. He's going to go down. His buyback is not available. That's 128 without him. GKTA could be in some trouble. Does get out. I don't know if he can get out of this one. Okay, he seems like he might be safe. But all they've got is 2 supports left to try and slow this down. Slark does miss the pounce, which is great for GKTA. Dazzle TPs to safety. Meanwhile, what are we looking at?
I was just, look at how much better that fight went. 40 feet off their high ground on a more neutral location where nobody is able to chip away at any buildings, nobody's able to turn attention, nobody's able to rat and draw the team away from the fight, where their only objective is to kill. That goes the way of U of T 99 out of 100 times because they just have a better late game lineup. As we said from the draft, and the fact that they haven't been playing to that persistently has been really working against them, but now they should be able to take probably Ancient. They're probably going to skip and go straight to Ancient, I would imagine. I would imagine
that they have to. So they move in. They're going to go ahead and start working those racks down. They got 19 seconds till the PA comes back up. A full 70 until the Wind Ranger comes out. And we may see the end of the game due to that engagement there in the mid lane. Monib not having a buyback is huge. Darkfire comes into stall, throws up the hook shot, wants to try and slow things down, buy space for the PA to come back into play. That said, we do know that there's buybacks on U of T, and they have the ability to come back and TP boot right back into this. They're going to go now on the Ancient. Darkfire comes in, throws up the cogs. Lich is going to throw in his ultimate, doing a lot of damage. There we get the shallow grave to keep Fate up. Fate still dropping way too fast. Avarice low, but he survives on a good roll, and I think this is going to be all she wrote. Buyback from the PA, comes back in. They've got everyone but Monib. Will they be able to do it? KY putting some serious damage on that Ancient, and now the rest of the team wants to come in and fight. Fate dropping very, very low. He just doesn't have the survivability to stay in here. That BKB not paying off. So much damage going to be going out here. GKTA doing everything he can to save. TP right back in by Avarice. Bought those boots of travel. The Ancient will go down. Modem can do nothing but watch and wait. They don't have a glyph. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. No, it's not going to happen. Down it goes. For a second, we thought there was a chance, but RU loses it on a push towards the mid. U of T comes back at 60 minutes, takes the win, and pushes us to a game 3. My name is Toffees. You can find me at Toffees TV. I'm joined by my counterpart, Gorgon the Wonder Cow. Where can they find you?
You guys can find me over at The Wonder Cow.
And stick around, guys, because like I said, we've got a good game 3. This is going to be a 1-1, so the next game is for all the marbles. This is the Collegiate Star League that you are watching on this Thursday night Dota. Stick around. We've got one more game to come, and I think it's going to be a good one. We'll play some music and hang out in Twitch chat. In the meantime, as always, Toffees out. Good evening and welcome back to Game 3, University of Toronto versus Ryerson University. And it is going to be a good one as this is our third match. I mean, the first one was very comfortably won by Ryerson. The second, University of Toronto, I mean, that was a grudge match. It was tooth and nail. University of Toronto ultimately yielded a 10,000 gold lead, but came back off the back of what looked like a shackle shot targeting a zombie that ended up giving them the chance to push in and go straight for the Ancient. It was a phenomenal game, and I'm looking forward to a big Game 3. You can find me at Toffee's TV if you like the casting, and I'm joined by my co-caster, my partner in crime, Gorgon, the Wonder Cow. Where can they find you, and what did you think of that last game?
Hey guys, you can find me over on Twitter at The Wonder Cow, and of course I really don't have too much to add other than that fit the exact course that we kind of outlined in the draft, right? The mid game was very, very strong for the Dire side. The Radiant side had much stronger, well, somewhat stronger late game, and got off to a better start. So it just kind of followed off that courseway. We'll see. Really, I think at this point in time, it's about whether or not these teams are going to be able to actually take advantage of their draft's innate strengths to the best of their possibility, to the optimal chances. Right?
Absolutely. Now they're going to want to, because this is obviously the Collegiate Star League. For those of you who don't know or might just be joining us for the first time tonight, this is a league centered around collegiate Dota. So I guess we get to liken it to the NCAA of esports. CSL is across multiple different games. You can find them going on in CSGO, in StarCraft, in Hearthstone right now, as well as League of Legends. Dota, a really exciting time. They joined us last year. They're going to be sticking around for a while, so I'm happy to have CSL here and to be working with them, especially because they're giving out $15,000 in scholarships this season for Dota 2 alone. That's what these guys are competing for. Not to mention they have a LAN final. Last year was in San Francisco. We're not sure where it'll be this time around, but the LAN final last time was attended by managers of teams like Archon, the Evil Geniuses, and Fire, Dota, and well, the new Archon. It was Archon previously. So a lot of big names. Check out things like the Collegiate Star League to look for their up-and-coming talent, and these guys are fighting to be at that showcase later this year. So excited to see who comes out on the top of a very stacked league. Shadow Fiend and Ogre Magi picked up. University of Toronto has run Shadow Fiend 3 games of 3. And I'll tell you what, he has been very, very strong, if not the strongest hero on Toronto every single time. So I guess you don't mess with what works. KY has been playing him very, very well. Ryerson knows that, though, so they have a little bit of an, I guess you'd call it an advantage going into Game 3, knowing how that Shadow Fiend has been played. Ogre Magi has been used by Toronto as well to great effect. Ryerson picks up a Slardar and a Dazzle, interestingly enough. What do you think so far?
Slardar, Dazzle, Ryerson going back to the negative armor strategy that they had run before. That was Ryerson, right? No, that was University of Toronto game 1 that did negative armor. So it looks like Ryerson is, I guess, looking to show them how it's done with the negative armor strategy. University of Toronto, these are all heroes that we've seen, so already tonight.
Yeah,
Not
a lot.
That's surprising to see them come out again. The teams clearly have a comfort zone.
Yeah, definitely. And like we said, you see a lot of that at this level. The fact that these players are coming in, they're going to play heroes that they're comfortable with and really try to lock up this win. As I said, this is Game 3, so we do know that this is sort of a fight to set your season up correctly. Now, this is an entire season-long event. We do have brackets. If you go to the Star League website, you can find that over at www.cstarleague.com. The standings are up. There are different divisions, different groups, much like you'd sort of see in an NCAA format. And this is a pretty tight group in the north. We've got University of Waterloo, University of British Columbia, Western University, University of Wisconsin, University of British Columbia, University of Toronto, and Ryerson University, all facing off to get to the top of this bracket and make their way into the playoffs. And these guys really, really, really want to start off this bracket with the first win. So I don't know. Based on what you've seen so far in this series, who do you think has is there an inherent advantage going into this? It feels to me maybe a little bit like Ryerson has a slight advantage only because they won the first game so strongly and just barely lost the second.
So I think KY is a stronger laner than Monib is, but I think Ryerson University's overall decision-making tends to be stronger as a team. So I'm interested to see, it looks like they are going to go for a very team-oriented strategy, and the Earthshaker supports that concept. Maybe a 4 with 1 split push, more than likely a 5-man snowball, sort of pick-and-push oriented strategy, but I think that fits Ryerson University's strength so far this series.
So I think Ryerson does definitely benefit from that. They seem like control and aggression is sort of their MO. University of Toronto has been an interesting situation for me, right? Because in that last game, we saw them get a very good start. We saw them get some really good mid-game momentum, and then all of a sudden there was this really strange thing that happened for normally you see it happen for 1 or 2 minutes, but I feel like it was like almost 10 minutes of this where they just sort of sat back and stopped playing their game. I don't know if it was fear of a Wind Ranger or what it was, but it really, really hurt them.
I assume, and this is what we had said before, right? I assume it's that they knew in the super late game they had an advantage.
Right.
They just wanted to go there rather than taking risky engagements onto the high ground into the Wind Ranger that were definitely going to be negative trades. Do I think it was the right choice? No, I think that they probably could have finished off that game or at least taken a side advantage on one of those barracks much earlier than they did, but
ultimately they won.
Ultimately, it followed course exactly as it would have been expected, as projected, as early as the draft. If you take that game long enough, University of Toronto should win, as long as they're making the right decisions.
Now, you will also notice, those of you who have been watching the entire series, Captain is a new player on University of Toronto. University of Toronto did have to substitute one of their players out as it is getting late. It's almost 12 o'clock. We've been going for about 3 hours now, so they grabbed a sub and pulled him in. What will that do to University of Toronto? I'm not sure. Will it strengthen them or will it slow them down is yet to be seen, but that is definitely a consideration as we go into this match. Changing synergy of team format halfway through a match is never something you really want to do.
Yeah, well, maybe they play with this player all the time. We don't know. And that is just to specify. The player named Captain, not the captain, which is named
Good
Death.
point. Fair clarification. Ember Spirit comes out for Ryerson, so this is a hero that we haven't seen yet tonight. It looks like going to be in the hands of Monib as it was picked up for the mid, though I think that they switch around a little bit more on their positions over there. What do you think of the Ember get?
I think it fits their overall strategy very well, right? Like, they're going for some AoE, they're going for some team fight. Ember is going to be able to contribute to those while still farming. He's globally available, so if they do have to rat, they can. He does a lot of physical damage, which pairs well with the negative armor. Coming out of the Dazzle and the Slaughter, there's really no reason to not pick him up here, especially considering how popular he is in Pro Dota and pubs alike.
I need to re-up my monster here. I drank a monster before the first game, not thinking that we'd be here for 4 hours. And
is Monster sponsoring, or are you just being friendly?
Oh no, I'm actually drinking like a monster, just an evil person from another dimension. No, that said, Silencer gets picked up by University of Toronto. That was a terrible dodge. And I don't know about this. What do you think about the Silencer pick? I know it's an answer to the Ember Spirit. Presumably he'll be playing, you think, a support role here. I don't know. I haven't felt strong about Silencer in this patch. I don't know if he's the right get here for me.
He's good against the Ember Spirit, right? That's the goal. Forces Ember Spirit either get a BKB or a Manta, possibly both later into the game. I don't know. It depends on how strong University of Toronto is with that hero.
Right.
They, once again, if they feel comfortable taking this late, the Silencer scales really, really well into the extreme late game because he does scale infinitely with Intelligence Gain. And he does do pure damage, which is going to end up going through the Flame Guard. Potential is going to go through what I assume is going to be some sort of an armor build coming out of either the Dazzle or the Slardar. So there are benefits to it. The downside is that he's very squishy and into a negative armor strategy, and Ember Spirit's going to be able to two-shot him around that 30-minute mark, and that's dangerous. But other than that...
Should be interesting. I definitely think that like you said, it fits Ryerson's style of play. It also fits that style of play we saw from Monib in the last 2 games where he likes to dive very aggressively and have escape potential. Ember Spirit brings that in spades. Lion gets picked up as the second support, so more initiation, presumably another Blink Dagger. That puts, I would guess, 3 Blink Daggers here on Ryerson University, and it seems like maybe this draft is a touch greedy.
Yeah, the Lion can go without the Blink Dagger, to be honest. Blink Dagger on Lion is something that started coming around not that long ago in the grand scheme of things, and Lion has always been very effective even without. It looks like he is going to be playing ahead of the Dazzle in terms of farm priority, so he'll, I would assume, get it eventually, but it's not going to be for those mid-game skirmishes, more than likely.
So, and is that Slaughter in the farm position, Earthshaker on an off, 2-1-2? Sort of, how do you run this? Or is this an aggressive tri-lane? Because that Earthshaker Lion Dazzle combo, I mean, even the Slaughter could just be brutal.
I don't think you aggressive tri-lane this, and one of the reasons is that the Silencer is really good at defending against 3 heroes. He's able to zap mana from all of them simultaneously. He's able to spread out damage from all of them simultaneously. So I think probably they do roaming supports with the Earthshaker off lane, the Slardar farming, and the Ember Spirit mid. That's what I would suspect if I had to guess.
So they pick up Slark in their last position. Are you going to go ahead and restart Ember, try to get rid of some ping issues maybe? What do you think about the Slark pickup? Because in the last game, University of Toronto ran the Slark, and he wasn't effective. I mean, we saw towards the very late he started putting in some work, but he went for an early Shadowblade Silver Edge, had a hard time getting pickoffs, could not seem to get his level. I mean,
let's be fair, he did really well in the year. Like, he got 4 kills on the PA, something like that, in a row. Rapid fire. Like, he did really well until Monib on the Windranger started to really hold him back. And then he had to start building out for a more late game strategy, which obviously the break from the Silver Edge didn't necessarily plan into, and the whole thing kind of crumbled out from under him. In terms of, yeah, he was missing a lot of really small technical things, like the Radiant count on his positioning was sometimes off on his pounce, and the Parallax really hurt him there. But all things considered, he opened up a lot of space in that early mid-game, and I can see why they might want to run it again. It worked out for them in the long run, after all.
All right, that said, let's do some introductions on this round 3 of the Thursday night fight between Ryerson University and the University of Toronto. On the dire side for University of Toronto, we're going to have KY slipping by on that Shadow Fiend. Azure going to be bringing in Slark for round 2 to prove he knows how that hero works. Death going to be shutting us up on the Silencer. We're going to have Can. Apparently that's what that symbol means, or so they tell me, on the Ogre Magi. And last but not least, Captain, the new man, the one who is subbed in, will be playing that off lane on the Clockwork.
All right, and here for the Radiant side, it is RU in the off lane. Darkfire is going to be throwing out the fissures on the Earthshaker. And then as a 4 squad down here at the bottom rune, it's going to be Moni burning up on the Ember Spirit. Arc Druid is going to be on the Dazzle. GKTA will be on the Lion, and Fate is going to be stomping around on that Slardar.
All right, Darkfire alone up on top. KY sees him, makes the charge. No contest for the rune down on the bottom, as Captain assumes he's just going to go ahead and go for the creep block. So he hangs back. No deaths to start. Bounty rune handed to each mid, and that's how we're going to start this game out. Looking at the lanes, looking at the lineups, now that we can see them, what's the tail of the tape?
Well, it's a defensive tri-lane coming out of both teams as expected. Nothing really that's shocking here. There is going to be a somewhat executed creep block here, but he, A, doesn't get them into the channel, and B, doesn't get all the creeps, so won't end up working out too well in his favor. And once again, I think the lane to watch is probably going to be KY Moni here in the mid, just because we've seen a lot of kills in that lane so far tonight. Clearly two of the most technically skilled players in the game. And they really tend to be pacemakers, and I suspect part of the shot calling comes out of them too, just because their aggressive positioning out of both of them tends to force their team to rally around them.
Makes sense. Darkfire up on top. Earthshaker came into lane with 4 mana pots, 4 clarities, so looks like he's looking to harass pretty aggressively.
Well, he's worried about the
keeping himself up.
silencers versus silent. Yeah,
that's true. All right, so Monib going up against KY, who has the inherent advantage on this lane.
I think KY is just a stronger lane. Like, he's been executing really well in lane. Right now, I would say Moni has an advantage. Flame Guard is really, really strong in terms of dealing with the Shadow Rays, and there aren't a lot of souls on KY. He only has 1. Until KY gets the physical damage from those souls up, he's going to have an advantage. Not only is he ranged, or after he gets those souls up. He's got range, and he's got the magic damage in the bottle. But until then, he's going to be playing at a bit of a disadvantage.
So GKTA on the line, who's not traditionally a pick-off the courier hero, went up here and sat around to wait for the courier. Got there after the initial delivery of the bottle to Shadow Fiend. And Shadow Fiend had the wherewithal to notice he was missing off the map and actually microed the courier away from his normal path and wasted GTK. I can't say it. It's too many initials. Jaka away from him. So good presence of mind by KY to make sure that that courier did not get picked off.
Yeah, it was a nice little moment of clarity there. A lot of players would miss that. Darkfire's got a haster and he's trying to harass, but he's not doing it successfully.
And
here, which pretty funny Mr. Magoo moment there.
Death is just making his life miserable up here on the top lane. That's really the beauty of Silencer in this role.
Did you see what he just did? He ran up and enchanted Totem right next to the Slark, even though he does not yet have a level of Aftershock. So he went in and tried to stun with the Aftershock, but he doesn't have it leveled, so he ended up just like standing there awkwardly with an enchanted Totem that he still hasn't been able to use.
Uncomfortable family photos. Fate going to be working in the bottom lane. We'll pull up the last hit deny chart for you guys. Slark at 16, Ember Spirit at 12, Slardar at 12, so still fairly even. Slark getting the best of this top lane, which is good news for him as he needs to get a nice start. Darkfire getting rounded on by Death, who walks right into him. We did it again. No Aftershock. Puts up the totem, but nothing to follow on it. Now he's got to back away without the benefit of that additional stun. So I think he needs to put a point Aftershock ASAP here, man. Well, that's the second time.
He's only level 2, bear in mind. Earthshaker does fine enough in the off lane in terms of getting levels, but he's not... We'd had this discussion earlier this week. He's not really great at dealing with a ton of harass, and these are very aggressive supports.
We're going to go to the bottom lane where we see an attack between Captain and GKTA. GKTA has to back away. Captain putting out some damage, but Dazzle's here to help. Fate's got the sprint up as he loops around. Captain going to be the first blood for Fate. Gets a nice kill here on the bottom lane. Ryerson University off to a good start.
Yeah, this is that moment, even though Darkfire in the off lane wasn't part of that moment, the fact that that clockwork went down before he did, and I have no doubt that he will eventually get caught out here unless U of T just completely lose interest up here. The fact that he didn't give the first blood and he got the Clockwork to give the first blood instead. Clockwork, a much stronger innate offlaner with a much stronger defensive set of skills. that's really, really, really good for RU. It sets them off on the right course.
Absolutely. Now, we did see U of T rotate the Ogre Magi down to this bottom lane, and he picked up or guarded that rune, it looked like, for the Darkseer. Able to come around. He looked like he might be wanting to go on Mona, but hasn't had a chance to. Is running some mana pot, standing around, decides it's not worth staying, and does go back to... Nope. Little indecision as he's like, oh, okay, Death, I guess you're here now. Let's make something happen as they rotate towards that mid. Up on top, Darkfire continues to get harassed, but now he knows that the rest of the supports are missing, so presumably Monib will smell that out and be careful. He does, goes back behind his tower on the far side, and plays it safe.
Yeah, this rotation coming into the mid lane is coming at just a little early. If the creep equilibrium were just an inch farther out, which it would have been 20 seconds from now, they might have been able to grab that kill. It came in just... You hate to see that, like the timing. It's so hard to time that from walking across the map without boots, but just yay far off.
And at the same time, Archdruid and GKTA go ahead and smoke and make their wraparound, hoping to get the counter, the long form counter gank to what happened in mid. They're looking to show that they can make the movement in a little bit of a better system. KY playing very carefully, sees Monib getting a little more aggressive maybe, has to be careful with this. Meanwhile, on the bottom, Fates maybe smells something up as he's hiding behind his tower, watching out for the gank. So everyone's sort of careful as all of the supports are disappearing from the map very rapidly.
Yeah, this mid gank attempt out of RU is ill-fated because of the equilibrium again. So both teams kind of screwing up the rotation there just a little bit. But like I said, that's very, very difficult to manage in terms of the perfect timing. You want to do it at night, so they couldn't have come earlier. You don't want to do it in the day because it just makes it too easy to dodge. But you also want to do it when the equilibrium is going to be exactly right. But you don't want to do it late enough that the equilibrium's so far out that your own mid laner gets ganked. It's a complicated calculus.
So Death and Can come right back up to the mid lane. They're going to go ahead and get a little bit of gold there as KY had resorted back to the jungle. Monib on the chase, though, wants to go after KY. Lands himself the shackle, jumps through the aggression. Will it pay off? KY pops the wand, tries to stay alive, but Flame too strong. But now he could be in a little bit of trouble as Death jukes around. U of T comes out. He's got the stun. He goes ahead and hits Monib. Monib wants to keep the chase going. Has the Flame Guard up. Goes ahead and lands the Searing Chains. Can he finish the job? It looks like he'll be able to. That's a double for Monib as they tried to come around and save the Shadow Fiend. So a little bit of miscalculation from University of Toronto, and they're all of a sudden down 3-0.
Yeah, this is a nice turn of events to say the least out of RU. Not only has their offlane Earthshaker now been completely unharassed for several minutes, and he's catching up nicely. Like, an offlane Darkseer should not have this kind of CS or really this kind of space. He's completely zoned as you're out.
What about an offlane Earthshaker?
What did I say?
Darkseer.
Man, I don't know what. It's late.
That's it. Let's pull up.
I've been saying that for like 9 minutes.
I know. I'm letting you go. The net worth is 3.5k for the Ember Spirit. Shadow Fiend 2.9. So Monib has definitely done well in this middle position. That double kill really setting him ahead of KY. KY tries to get a kill pick off. It's not going to happen. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, Captain in some trouble. Archdruid comes in, looks around, gets the cogs for safety, gets himself out, but has to drop very low. He's got a salve in hand though, so he will be able to remain in a lane as we see the rotation of the supports back down to the bottom to help out Fate, who is 4th on that farming priority list right now, or that farming stack chart. Darkfire, I guess 6th position, but not a lot better than we thought he'd be doing at this stage of the game.
He's doing better than the Clockwork. By no means should he be a kill ahead, or a death ahead, I guess, of the Clockwork, and also ahead in last hits. That just shouldn't happen. Clockwork can last hit with Rocket. He has the cogs to defend himself. If people overextend on him, he can stun everybody in between animations with the battery assault. There's just really no reason for the Clockwork to get caught out more than the Earthshaker, but RU has just been playing really smart Dota, hunkering down on this bottom lane, really pressuring the Clockwork, and smelling out all the rotations just in time, really wasting support's time.
Absolutely. Sorry, I took the pause to check out some Twitch chat, and it feels like they're discussing the feasibility of utilizing playing for an esports team as a relevant job experience in the long term.
I've gotten work for doing other esports things. I can't imagine why you wouldn't be able to turn playing for an esports team into some sort of, at the very least, something interesting to give you to talk about in a conversation.
And I think that, yeah, I think that's the key. I've talked about, I actually was in I had a sales position for a very large company running an entire region, and part of our hiring interview when I got it was the fact that I had run a large raid guild in a vanilla WoW with 40 plus people and roster management and stuff like that. And at first the guy was like, I don't know, man, you're talking about a video game with me, and I explained what it took to run those guilds, and they ended up offering me the job because it was a very similar position in sort of managing a sales team. So you never know you never really know what's gonna come in handy. So
that's way more of like a traditional job than I've had since I was a teenager. But so I don't have that kind of experience. But yeah, having any sort of a hobby that you love and that you can express as a valuable set of skills in the real world, anything like that can be valuable in the job.
Well, that was a fun turn of events. Thanks, Twitch chat, for helping us fill that pause time. Let's go to top lane, where Darkfire could be in a little bit of trouble, as we saw a rotation death coming in from behind him.
He knows it's coming. He's fine.
I thought KY was going to roll in too.
Come on, man. You know this is happening. He used his fissure too. Death positioned weird here and got seen. If he had come around this way, he may have actually been able to secure that kill with the stun from the Ogre Magi.
Here comes KY, wants to make a move. Darkfire. There's the run.
Happening. The fissure is up.
Yeah.
He can walk right back to, oh, you can't see it. He can walk right back to the juncture of this river right here. Fissure straight north, and there's zero that anybody can do about it. The range for the last word is about at the tree line right now, the far end of the tree, so Death isn't going to be able to get in range unless he has a way to cut down these trees, which he doesn't. So it's just not going to happen.
So that positioning may have been an issue. They said that, oh no, Slark's having, I thought they said Death is having issues. So nope, that positioning was his fault. Slark having connection issues. University of Toronto's been having some trouble with Slark's connection since the beginning of this series. So that is a frustrating situation, I'm sure, but we're doing everything we can to accommodate that. And if you guys are wondering why the games have gone so long tonight, part of it is the fact that Reborn's just been very, very unstable this evening. We've had a lot of restarts. We had a good, solid remake. So we're working through it as best as we can. And hopefully whatever Volvo is doing is improving the game on the overall. Gold lead is at 750. XP is dead even. So still, even though the count is 3-0, I wouldn't say that Ryerson is in firm control of this match because Slark and Shadow Fiend are both doing so well in terms of their farm.
Well, yeah, Shadow Fiend is doing very well, and he is close to that full soul count that is going to allow him to start pressuring towers and maybe getting some kills. So this shouldn't be one of those moments. But unlike last game, I think I don't know. I feel like if they have a kill advantage moving in, the mid game isn't so significantly in favor of U of T or vice versa, like last game was. Last game we had a team that got off to an early start. It was U of T, right? And then the significantly late early game / mid game value of the draft coming out of RU kind of stalled that out over time. Both these teams kind of go into the mid game about equivalently. So if RU can just maintain a little bit of momentum and get those drums up onto the Ember Spirit and start applying pressure to towers, I think that they will move fairly smoothly throughout this game. That's my suspicion. I don't think that they're going to stagger the way that U of T did last game. Not without a couple of mistakes, at least.
Now, we are Slark connected and disconnected, so it sounds like his issues are getting really, really bad, which is a shame to see because I feel like University of Toronto was starting to sort of get their momentum under them and prepare to sort of, they need to fight their way back into this. Captain, I think, on the bottom lane is really sort of a liability that they need to shore up at this point.
Yeah, so, I mean, Captain actually actively bought a bracer, so I don't know if that's a casual bracer, if he's going to go drums instead of into a force effort blade mail, but the fact that he's having such a hard time that he's had to invest the 500 and something gold into a bracer rather than just getting a chainmail and calling it a day,
right?
It's not a good sign, right? It is a sign that one of your sort of limbs as U of T is starting to atrophy, and that is going to make it very difficult to box when that team fight stage of the game comes up here in about 4 minutes.
All right, Azure says F is internet, and they're going to go as Darkfire now on the run. Everyone looked at that for a good 2 minutes during the pause and said, there's really no point. They're going to let him go. He's not going to have to Fissure, and all is well. That ends well up there on the top lane.
They're going to try to push this tower, I think.
Yeah, well, I don't see why you wouldn't. They've got up here. They've got illusions to back them up. Easy Razes to clear the lane, and it should be a simple push. So I don't think we'll even see TPs to try and defend it.
Yeah, well, maybe. I mean, these are illusions. There isn't a creep wave. If there is, if they want to defend this tower, I think they can. Instead, they're going to try to engage on the Clockwork bottom and maybe trade a tower. The Clockwork's just going to back up.
Well, you know, a lot of folks not showing on the map because we've got the support looking for a gank on the bottom. Monib was farming his opponent's jungle, and it looked like it actually worked because they all farmed, they executed their strategy, and U of T backed off because they had no vision on a couple of heroes and assumed that maybe there was a counter coming on. Yeah,
well, not only that, but you're not quite to the full souls of KY, so the push is going to go that much slower. They could have slow chipped that tower down, but it would have cost them a couple of minutes. Especially with the Earthshaker regularly fissuring to make sure the creeps didn't live very long. I just don't know if that push would have been optimal. I said I thought they would do it because they were all there, but I'm glad they didn't. I think it works out better for them to have strategically gone back to the lanes to make sure that they're not giving free farm into 2 different lanes.
All right, so, I mean, I'm interested to see where this game goes. I think both teams feel a little bit like they're biding their time.
Boots of travel done on the Ember Spirit,
Good
sub 10
Lord.
minutes. He was left alone, right?
Yeah.
He also, I assume, when he came up to the jungle, probably got whatever stacks U of T had.
Yeah.
I wasn't looking there. But in the bottom lane, there is going to be a kill on the line as the Clockwork's now moving back toward Fate. Fate wants to get the smash, but he cannot do so. So the Ring Crush is off, or is not... He does not have enough mana for it, man. I can tell we are hitting that pumpkin hour.
Yep, sorry. KY, it looks like he's in the mid, gets caught up by Monub. You're right, I was in a little bit distracted. It's getting awful late. We've been going for a minute here. And I missed that fight on the bottom, but I promise I'm back on fire now. I poured myself another drink. We should be good to go. Energy drink. It's not nothing else, I promise. Gold lead at 1,000 XP at 250. And Ryerson University continues their pressure.
This is disgusting. I mean, they aren't going to get more stacks on it. That's a difficult camp to stack more than 3 or 4 times. But they've got double stack here and a triple stack here for the Ember Spirit, who had sub 10-minute Travs. This guy is going to be a monster. Like, he got his Travs so fast. I assumed that he got the bracer and he was thinking about going into the drum so that they can maybe push a tower or something. Instead, he's just going to go on to death. He doesn't care about the silence.
Nope. He throws up the escape. He may jump to it. Decides not to, though, as the Ogre is the only person here. Here comes the TP. Fate from behind. Gets up the stun. Nice play. Locks him in place with the Searing Chains. That's 2 kills. Captain's got nowhere to go. Puts the cogs down, but he's stuck inside because he can't get out. There's the ultimate, though, from KY. Nice TP ulti. Beautiful play that gets the Dazzle and the Slardar. And now we see Lion come in, and he tries to slow him down, but KY ends up getting him. Now we do see Monib goes around, gets the Clockwork, finally finishes him off, but lost a lot of heroes for that. Now he's stuck in the jungle being chased in circles. Shadowfiend going to come to help out as well, but he does have the ability to get out of this one. There's a nice jump, gets out of stun range from UT, dodges the towers, and will be able to utilize that Fire Remnant to, I think, get away. Yeah, he gotta be careful here. Gets those last hits because gold is what he loves. I don't know, man. That's a question of if Monib hadn't been that aggressive, if he had left after getting that first kill, would his team have had to have come in? They could have stayed out.
Slardar blinked in well before Monib had engaged in the side area right here where all the trees are now knocked down. So Slardar wanted that. At the very, I don't know who's calling the shots. I suspect Monib is a big part of that just because of the way he positions. But he's going to actually try to move here onto the Ogre. There's going to be the sun coming out.
Big start. He goes in, dodges the Shadow Rays, and now he wants to come back around. Big hook shot. Going to put Captain in a tough spot. Nice bop. 2 bops on Monib. Actually gets him killed. So that was actually a huge hook cog combo by Captain. I just don't think Monib was ready for it.
Yeah, but back to that. Oh, maybe not. Courier is in danger zone.
There's the boost.
Back to that fight where maybe Monib hadn't engaged so deep or something, his team wouldn't have gotten wiped. I think a big part of that was they did not expect KY to be able to teleport in and get that ult off. Yeah. The reduced movement speed forced everybody to die. And that's the trade. The rocket's going to land on them, too.
It's only because he missed the pounce. Had he not missed that pounce, would have been an easy kill on Earthshaker and he would have got away.
But yeah, that ultimate didn't do very much damage because he was very far away, but it did do enough damage reduction to keep people alive long enough to force a really, really ill-informed dive, right? So despite the fact that the ult didn't look like it did very much, it actually did a lot, and KY was really smart to use it there, even though on the surface, the benefits were fairly minimal.
It's going to be a Shadow Fiend, Shadow Blade, as he goes into the jungle looking to maybe pick up some stacks, I suppose. Death still sitting on, you guessed it, just brown boots at 14 minutes. He has been playing a very hard support role.
Look at KY in the mid lane. This is interesting. He's going to try to get his ult, and he's going to stutter step it like 9 times. Okay, there it is.
Wow.
Nice grave by the
Nice grave. Monib jumps away. Fate comes in, gets the stun, goes for KY. KY gets hexed. In comes Monib right back. Hook shot for Captain. But Monib's already backed off. Fate wants to go, gets hit in the cogs. Captain has to walk away. Monib gets a nice little bottle charge to fill him back up with the help of Akka. But Akka really, I think, MVP'd that there with that beautiful shallow grave.
This is an interesting build. So I know that you aren't a really old school Dota player. Have you seen the old Shadowblade build on Shadow Fiend, or was Yule Scepter just ubiquitous by the time you started?
I mean, I've seen it. It doesn't happen that often. Generally, the Yule Scepter is the most popular that I've seen, but it's been a long time since I saw Shadow Fiend picked up, or Shadowblade picked up by Shadow Fiend. So
for viewers who haven't really watched or played Dota, you started sometime in the last 2 years or so.
Mm-hmm.
This used to be like the primary method. It gives you that extra little burst of damage, but it's a little bit more difficult to line up. But some changes to Yule Scepter made Yule Scepter much more viable lately, and that build was recently pioneered by both Sumail and Arteezy as recently as I think December of last year.
Yep.
And we have not really seen a lot of players stray away from that in any level of play since its popularization. I'm interested to see how KY does with this build. There isn't a lot to go into in terms of break. So going for having that mechanic, like, yeah, they'll be able to break the bash. That's pretty much it. I think that is it. So it's not like he has to go this build. He's going this build because it's his player preference.
All right, and both teams go tower for tower, top and bottom, tier 1 for tier 1. No rotations to either, as the towers pretty much go down one after another. Does that trade favor either team when you talk about? I know that you spend a lot of time studying sort of map construction, and I know that like Radiant, for instance, has a higher probability of win in drafting right now. Is one of those two towers stronger than the other?
I think it really depends on the draft more than the tower itself. In this specific case, my suspicion would be that U of T would, we're going to...
Monib in some trouble. In comes the hook, followed by the combo, the stun from U of T, and that's enough to lock him in place. That's a good combo. Definitely keeps him from the escape. Silencer goes ahead and burns his ultimate as well. Azure looks like he's in some trouble here on the top. Yes, they do have the stun. He will presumably go down, gets a good pounce. Nobody was there to block it. Fate wants to make the chase, pops the sprint. Can he do it? Has not put up vision on him yet. Doesn't matter. Down he goes.
What I was going to say is I think U of T should want to stall out this game as much as they can and not make those trades, because they do have a Midas on their team. And at least they want to punish inactivity from RU by maximizing the level advantage that Midas can achieve.
Makes sense.
Either one of these teams can really go into the mid game or the late game depending on how they're playing, right? Neither of these teams has really a massive advantage as far as I see in either stage of the game. The push from RU is better in the late game. Technically, Silencer scales much better than the supports coming out of RU. The Slark and the Shadow Fiend, we already saw they both go into the late game very hard. So it comes down to performance, and if you're really going to be banking on performance, you want to eke every little advantage you possibly can. Oh god, the Slark is going for the Shadow Blade too. This is a terrible call. Terrible, terrible call.
All right, he loves it though. Gold lead, by the way, is at 4,000 to the favor of University of Toronto. XP is almost at 5 as a UOT really starts to pull out in front here. Though that happened in the last game and they were unable to maintain it past that 22-minute mark. So we'll see how it goes for them this time around as we look at a mid matchup as they look like they might want to go head-to-head. GTKA gets the double. Monib jumps in and gets stunned by Captain with a nice little hook shot runaway basically. And Monib is going to have to rotate out, but they got a great kill on that Ogre that never really saw it coming.
Yeah, and there's really no way to punish that either coming out of U of T. They are potentially going to lose this tower here. It's very low. They don't have the global silence for another 10 seconds or so. So if this push comes out, they could probably get a tower.
Death comes down along with KY. Monib jumps in, goes ahead, and tries to get up the stun on KY. KY ultimate goes off. That puts Monib very low. He's got to run back. Here comes the TPs. They should be able to finish the job. Monib will die as he tried to get the tower right into Shadow Fiend ultimate. And now that was an interesting ultimate by KY, right? Because he activated it back here on the premise that someone would be coming in to try to hit that tower. And essentially Monib jumped right into it. Had Monib stayed where he was when that Shadow Fiend started his ultimate, it would have been a low damage ulti.
Does Midas into a Shadow Blade when one of your teammates already has a Shadow Blade? I'm still being distracted by this. And Shadow Fiend is going to try to snake around. He won't be able to. So the Ogre he's trying to bait. He can't really take a whole lot of hits here.
Captain hook shots the creeps, does a little zoning out. Couldn't take a lot of hits, but he did a good job, I guess, of drawing them off. Darkfire got very, very low during that exchange, and they just back off. They say that's the end of that fight. We got the Ember Spirit at the end of the day, and that was enough for us. Gold lead still continue to drop in the favor of UOT. They also still really in a strong XP lead, which at this point seems like it's really standing in their favor. That Shadow Fiend at 10k net worth compared to his nearest carry from the opposite side, Monib, who's only at 7.1.
And yeah, this is once again one of these cases where actually Monib is going to continue to chase here. Now he's going to pull off. There's the pull that I thought. And Azura's now going to chase him.
He lands the pounce, goes in, but jumps away.
Yeah, they don't really have any way to lock down that.
Here comes Fate, though. Comes in, gets his blink stun. Couple of right clicks, was hoping for another bash, but it's not going to happen. Out from the back comes Monib. He wants to go on death. Death immediately throws up the TP. Not enough to get out, so he will end up going down. Silencer gives his life for Slark to try and get away, and I think Slark probably could have escaped either way.
I just don't know what U of T does here, right? They have a lot of initiation items with double Shadow Blade into a Slardar. It's just so risky. They don't really have any way to win this game now unless they're winning every single fight with an initiation or close to every fight with an initiation. That's not happening right now.
Darkfire really wanted that Slark. He actually blinked into where he thought Slark was and Echo slammed. Then he cast his Fissure all in an effort to try and get the stun off to pull that Slark out, and it just did not pan out. So now there is no Echo Slam available for 130 in the fight.
Oh, wow.
Captain gets hit with the finger. Not going to happen, though. He survives. In comes Mo to try and finish the job. Blade Mail does considerable damage to the Slardar, but it's not enough. This will be a mid-tower with no contest and an easy kill on Captain.
All right, yeah. That tower fell a lot later than I thought it would, considering how low it's been for such a long time. But all things said and done, every little advantage you can get for RU is great. You want to make sure that you're punishing that Midas. You want to make sure you're punishing those early-ish game items out of the Shadow Blade that really kind of fall off. Just making sure that you're maintaining as much advantage as you can through this stage will really help them come 5 to 7 minutes from now, more so than in a normal game.
KY getting real beefy. In addition to that Aegis, he now has a Sanjiasha on him. Totally finished up. It does look like Ember Spirit is working towards that Battle Fury and getting close, but he's still pretty far off of where this Shadow Fiend is if you really compare them in sort of a 1-to-1. That's what happened last game, and Monib was able to pull ahead on his Wind Ranger and sort of make space. This time it's not really happening with the Ember Spirit.
And big silence, but they won't really be able to do anything with it. And this is the perfect moment to re-engage, and they will be doing it. Darkfire is going to go in there. UOT is going to lose their support. And now KY's trying to ult it, but that's going to be stunned. He tries again. He will be able to get in. He does vanish hit Monib.
Oh no!
The grave!
What a grave! Monib getting low. Darkfire blinks in, gets off the stun. Captain goes down. They pick off 2. Oh, here though, KY's coming back in. He wants to fight. He has the Aegis. Nope, he's gonna just chase Fate. Fate blinks back, turns on Death, gets the kill. It may cost him his life, but it's not. He escapes. He gets away the armlet toggle.
Yeah, very, very nice play. Armlet.
Wow.
The item against a hero like Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend's attack animation is pretty slow in terms of its travel time, and B, the negative armor that comes out of Shadow Fiend means that you're going to lose health very quickly. So being able to toggle that up is quite effective.
Oh, Monib gets too confident, goes in and gives KY and Azure a free kill. That was not, I mean, on the back of what was a great re-engagement on the last fight, Monib just caught out completely. I don't know, maybe he thought they got more kills out of that than they did, because that's not good, man, especially since Shadow Fiend was the one who was able to finish him off.
Yeah, now they're going to be moving in onto the Shadow Fiend, but he walks just outside of range. There's the ward. They're going to see 2. KY is going to be attacked down. Fate is going to lose it fast.
Another grave.
No, he turns around.
Huh! Clockwork goes ahead and pauses.
1-800 Merlini on that
right?
pause.
No kidding. He says lag, as he's not even in the fight right now. He's not even involved. Oh, Lord. That said, Azure does get stunned. We see deaths coming all around. Darkfire secures the kill, throws out the Echo Slam again, and RU loses 2 for 2, as obviously Motive died a little bit early on. So a good re-engagement to pick off 2 very important heroes.
I'm still laughing at that pause. The guy who's dead, boom, getting some lag.
Yeah, I just got to remind you all that I got lag here, boys.
I suspect other players are also getting lagged.
That, or I
suspect
that I thought maybe you could get them out of that initiation. But that said, so they lose their carry. They pick off 2 in return. RU continues to make sure that they stay in this match. U of T up by 5,000 in XP and gold, but it's starting to pull back towards the direction of Ryerson. Ryerson does have the benefit of the kill count, but like we said, U of T making sure that they stay ahead in large part to the back of this Shadow Fiend. And Slarku is having a much better game this time around than he was last time. Though, like we said, Shadow Blade, questionable.
Last game, he was actually doing really well, I think. He was probably top of net worth. He had positive KD, and right now he's negative. But the other thing is, last game he didn't go for a Midas. He went for more actionable items, which means that he was more effective. That's just the nature of a Midas. It makes you less effective for a while. It's the gamble that you take. So, I don't know. He will be effective later on in the game.
Speaking of gamble, Captain comes around, throws the hook shot, does not get it, gets it on the creeps, chases onto GKTA, ends up going down inside of the cogs, so a good pick for them. The rest of the team looks like they want to engage. Shadow Fiend's making his way down. Can they take this fight? Motive's coming in invisibles, got the Flame Guard up, and now he goes after Death, finds him, gets up the right click, Sleight of Fist to finish the job, does get hit by the cogs again. Now he goes past it. Nice play with the Remnant right into Darkfire stun, and they get a double for a single, and they're going to be very happy with that because they saw Shadow Fiend on the top lane. There was nothing that he could do to get involved with that fight. He's going to try to push the lane in the meantime, but now they'll just TP up there to stop it.
If they TP top, that's perfect because it means they can't push bottom wall silences now. That's what they want. They want to force TP stop. That way, there's absolutely no chance that this tier 1
Earthshaker makes a blink, ends up landing between, throws up the vision though, catches Azure. Azure in some trouble. There's the second stun, blows his ultimate. Now he is on the run. Four stats, blinks, everything they got, pounces to the trees. He's stuck. Darkfire finds him. Down he goes. Nice play there to make sure that they get the Slark. That was a pretty good play to get that hunt locked out there.
Just walked up to the edge, but he couldn't jump. You always jump. The river's deep enough. I promise it will catch you.
Death asks for a pause this time.
That pause was hilarious.
That pause was hilarious, especially because like Clockwork was what I think he was here making his way back in.
Clockwork is nowhere near the fight, and the guy who defends it is the guy who's dead. Right. So the 2 guys have nothing to do with the fight anymore.
They're the ones who have time to check their ping. You know, they're like, oh, look at our ping, it's really bad.
Yeah. Oh, that's straight up. Yeah. But he should be back momentarily, and hopefully the lag will subside a little bit. With the Ember Spirit sitting on top of these boots of travel, where is he teleporting to right now?
I was trying to figure out bottom lane.
Yeah, that's what I assumed, but I didn't see it on the minimap. I guess that's because it's paused. You learn something new every day. I did not know that the teleportation symbol does not show on the minimap.
Yeah, I can move during the pause. I think they changed it, right, so that players cannot move the map during pauses.
Well, if it's in quote-unquote tournament mode.
Gotcha.
The team that pauses can't move. I don't know about the team that doesn't pause. I'm not 100% sure, to be sure. But that's an old, like, that's been, even since Swords 1, that was the case, if you have it in tournament mode.
All right, Darkfire, GKTA, and Fate on the top lane going to push up. Wooden PC says, Captain, guys, I'm sorry. And maybe that's to account for some of the hook shots that we've seen this evening. Gold has moved back towards 2,500. XP has as well. Let's take a quick check-in. Give us an item update, Gorgon.
Well, we're going through. There is the Battle Fury up on Monib on the Ember Spirit now. Double 4 staffs up. Lion does go for the 4 staff instead of the Blink Dagger. That is a choice that I support 100% in this game. Like you said, it's a greedy lineup, sort of. If he does go for the Blink Dagger, it really puts a lot more pressure on the Dazzle. And the 4 staff is going to allow them to get away from the cogs with the Clockwork. So I think all things said and done, a much superior pick. There we go. For a second there, the Earthshaker dropped his 4 staff, but he picked it back up. He and Slardar are both sitting on their blinks. Nothing else new coming out of RU. Here on the dire side, We've got a Force Staff and a Blade Mail finished on the Clockwork. A BKB recently finished on the Shadow Fiend, which is going to be helpful for sure. It's still full 10 seconds, haven't been revealed. This is a great game for a BKB.
All right, so now we go to the bottom lane where it looks like we saw a little bit of push action. Shadow Fiend decides it is not worth pushing into. I assume he'll check Roche on his way back around. Actually, it's not. Their timers say no. Up to the top lane, they're going to stop that push of the creeps, get a little bit of farm for Azure, who already has the Yasha up. It looks like he's building the Sans Yasha he did last time. I will give this to Azure. When he makes a build, he likes to stick to it.
Yeah, man, but I don't know why all three of these guys walked up here to the mid lane when they could have stacked the Ancients. All of them walked up there, and none of them did anything. They just kind of wandered around. It's these little mistakes, like, you see a lot of really stellar execution from both of these teams. They're both clearly, they have moments where they just shine. Every team member has moments where they just shine, and you go, yeah, this guy has potential. And then they just miss really basic stacks like that, and you go, oh. That's the razor's edge that puts them
Possible
off.
engagement. U of T left behind. In they go. Ogre Magi was just abandoned. He was too slow to keep up with KY. KY could be in some trouble. Gets hexed. They're blocked out by the Earthshaker going for that stun, though. Monib on the wraparound, coming in by himself, not afraid to try and engage. KY going to put some serious damage on him. Those got to be careful. Hook shot by Captain. Gets 3 inside of his cogs. That's prime Shadow Ray's capabilities, and he's going to do it. It goes 1, 2, 3. Archdruid goes down to make 4, and Monib has to run for the high ground. So that was, for all of the issues that Captain has had. What are you doing, Monib? Ballsy play.
Trying to grab Captain.
Goes back in, gets caught by the pounce. He could be in some trouble. Yeah. He's going to die. He's going to die. He went back in, and oh my God.
He does this all the time.
Questionable.
Well, it will not work out for him 100% of the time.
No.
Eventually, he's going to get caught out running into 4.
50% of the time, you'll die all the time. That said, I mean, Captain, I have given him a hard time about some of those hooks, but that hook shot to the 3-man cog to set KY up for a very easy kill combo was huge.
What's that buyback about?
Moto burns the buyback. He thought they were going to push to the high ground instead of letting them come in and start to actually hit it. And I don't know. Maybe Moto. I think it might be
Shadow Blade Midas build at 29 minutes. They're going to siege high ground in the next 12 seconds. I think that was panic more than anything. It seemed like.
I would call it tilt. I think it was a little bit of a tilt buyback. He made that engagement.
Yeah. Tilt is a better word for it. You're right. It wasn't panic so much as it didn't seem like clear thinking.
Yeah. So I think that there's some frustration going on the side of Ryerson, I would imagine. They see the kill count. Obviously, they can't see net worth like we can. They can't see the stack charts. They just see that they're getting kills, but for some reason are having trouble keeping up. And now Mono could be in some trouble. Azure hunting him from behind. The rest of the team coming in backside as well. What are they going to do here? Here's the engage.
He's going to be able to get away.
Yeah, he jumps. Yeah. No silencer.
Well, the silencer got there in time-ish. But he got there with everybody else, and Monib didn't want to hang around and fight it.
Yep, which is probably a good call. Meanwhile, in the mid, KY is by himself, does get caught by everyone, pops the BKB. Wow! GKTA gets completely melted by the Shadow Fiend. Meanwhile, on the backside, Darkseer gets a stun and somehow manages to catch Azure. They throw down the wards. Archdruid in some trouble. He's going to go down to Azure. This team is getting just too strong for RU to work at right now. Motive and the rest of the team falls back to the high ground to try and defend. And meanwhile, U of T pings out the Roche immediately. Says, we've got an advantage. We've taken out their 2 supports. We've taken out what they really bring to this sort of team fight, control-oriented thing. Let's get in there. Let's get this Roche and let's make our push happen. And I think that's the right call. Their gold lead has literally, I mean, look at this drop. If you open up that chart, it is a black diamond down to 10,000. XP is even worse. And U of T has essentially grabbed this game by the balls.
Yeah, they've been doing a really good job of maintaining that lead, and the Midas helps with that.
Oh.
You know, if you are not held back on the cost of that Midas, it works out for you almost all the time, right? And now the Slark has a full Sanjin Yasha. He's got the Shadow Blade finish. He got 2,600 gold. But more importantly, his level is really, really been coming along. He's level 19, which is higher than anybody else in RU. He got his level 3 ult before anybody on RU did. And now he's just padding out stats. It's great. Really works out well for him.
So KY has reaped rewards by playing the Shadow Fiend repeatedly. I'll look forward to the future of this tournament and watching him more and more to see if he's got other heroes in his pocket. But the Shadow Fiend has been his best, or his bread and butter by far. Captain gets the hook, jumps away, Fate comes in, big Echo Slam, catches the 2, they go down. Monib's not available to be in this fight, but Fate wants to go on KY. KY is not backing off just yet, pops the BKB, puts up some damage, but they have to leave. Great play by the Earthshaker to really sort of stop the push and get the team back into this. Maybe that's the fire they needed under their butts to get back into this game.
Now here is the danger, I think, of CSL games in general, in our experience with them, is that if this were a pro game right now, U of T would have about a 93-ish% win rate, just based on their advantage alone, right? About 30 minutes, about 10,000 gold. As I recall, that's about 93%, maybe a little bit higher on this patch because that's all time, right? But when players can make such game-changing mistakes just because of a lack of communication, as you've been seeing in the CSL, that advantage, that 10,000 gold lead is not anywhere near as sincere as it is in pro games. So just because they have a 10,000 gold lead does not mean U of T have won this game. It doesn't even necessarily mean that they're really that likely to win or lose this game, because little changes in behavior make big differences at this level of play.
Absolutely. All right, so now we see, I don't know if you saw up on top that Monip almost got caught out. The hook missed by only a fraction of a second. In fact, I think if Silencer had ultied upon before engaging, that would have been a kill on him. So he has to be a little more careful, as it feels like University of Toronto has his number just a little bit. But are you not giving up? They keep pulling back every time that U of T furthers their lead. Ryerson grabs a little bit of that slack and pulls on it. So they're not out just yet. But things are definitely looking grim, as you said. At a program, there'd be over a 90% win rate based on this lead. And the items, U of T, that Daedalus has been finished up on the Shadow Fiend. What
there we go. The Ember Spirit teleported top, engaged for 1/100th of a second, and then activated Remnant back bottom. So now we can't go top to defend. He's just going to have to split push. He can't even get back to the base for 20 seconds.
So he lets that go down. He's going to go ahead and get this bottom tower.
Not even going to get at the tower either.
Oh, he has to back off because of the TPs. That's brutal.
Now this could work out really, really well for RU, right? Here's how you work this situation. You fake engage on bottom, you get the silenced ult, and Death has been a little trigger happy on that ult. He's gone a little bit early almost every fight. You get that, you pull back, and then you do a big push down the middle lane while that glyph is still down. They use that glyph on the tier 1, assuming that will be the next tower to fall, and they'll have the glyph back again before any tier 2s are assaulted. With that glyph used, if they just ignore the tier 1 and go straight into a tier 2 with the global silence down, they could have a really good chance of getting a huge influx of gold that a U of T are not prepared to give them.
Apparently Twitch chat agrees with me that Monib is on tilt. As I think a lot of folks, by the way, know Monib just from North American Dota, plays a lot of SECS teams, has been around for a while, so definitely sort of the staple on RU at the moment. And Ryerson, I mean, these are guys who fought. The last game, they had to fight for a comeback. They almost took it, so you know that they don't give up. That said, KY just seems so difficult to deal with. He actually has a Silver Edge recipe in his bank right now, so it looks like he's going to be going down that route very, very soon. In fact, he can get it anytime he wants to.
Yeah. The Silver Edge, not really a high priority, but because he already has the Shadow Blade, he might as well build it.
Well, and he's hitting so gosh darn hard, his initiation is going to be ridiculous. He comes in, you saw what he just did to the Lion. Now they're going this way. Fate is actually, Shadow Fiend's going to go down, so he pops the Aegis. In comes Darkfire, blows that Echo Slam, gets 2 for it, basically. Wow! Azure comes back around. The ultimate from the rebirthed KY is just too strong. Monib wants to play, but can he really, as everybody sort of starts to disengage. They come in, they don't get the tower, and they go 2 for 2 and get an Aegis. I guess, is that in the favor of RU?
That's great for RU, yeah. That would have been devastating for RU had the silence and engagement happened just after the Aegis was popped, rather than just before, right? So that's, once again, that's a hard situation to call. Silencer is one of the most nuanced heroes in terms of timing his spell.
Right.
Out of maybe any hero in the game. Certainly he is up there, to the point that I have literally sat next to professional players as they vehemently disagreed with each other as to when the right time to use that silence is. By no means an easy thing to hit, but he seems to be, in my judgment, just a little bit early on almost every single one of these fights. And at that point in time, it may have cost a potential tower.
So KY going to go ahead and finish up that Silver Edge. Clockwork has finished up the Ag Scepter. So a lot of new items coming out for U of T. And I'm gonna pull up the stack chart, guys. Oh, hold on. After this, Monub looks like he might be engaged on. Good force staff. Big hook shot comes in. The fight going on. Monub does not have an escape. He does have an escape plan. He gets out. Was Silencer ultimate down? Yeah, it was. All right, so he gets away. But what I was going to say is I'm going to pull up the stack chart in net worth because I want you to see how far ahead this Shadow Fiend is in terms of individual farm. He's almost beaten his nearest counter carry by 10,000 gold. Like, he's close to getting to that point.
That's not that great, though, honestly, to be quite frank about it. And here's why, right? You pull up that stack chart, and he is way, way, way up. But where's the Silencer, right?
Right.
Where is the rest of his team? He can just be targeted down as he was that last fight. He had Aegis last time. This next time he won't.
Well, not going to happen if Monub gets picked off on the bottom lane.
Yeah.
Silencers literally had just come off of ultimate. Azure was prepped for it. By the way, Azure has picked up an Iascati. We didn't mention that earlier. And they get a really good pick off on Monub, and he's down for 70 seconds. So they have the availability to sort of do what they want at this point. And that kill will take their gold lead to 13,000. It's as a team. And now, you know, at this 38 minutes, we're going to start looking at XP as more, you know, as an advantage as well. And that's also at a massive 13,000 lead. So if I pull up hero levels,
100% of that 13,000 is on the Shadow Fiend. Like, literally almost 100% of the lead is on the Shadow Fiend. So
Slark's looking pretty sexy too.
Yeah, he's 2,000 ahead of his laning opponent, right? He's 2,000 ahead of the Ember Spirit. 2,000 isn't even a full item at this point in the game. So he's less than a full item ahead of...
All right, here's the occasion. BKB is popped on Fate. They move on KY. KY dropping very low. Fate now in some trouble. Good shallow grave. Buys some space. He's going to have to back away. They get the Shadow Fiend down. Darkfire in a tough position, though. He's going to drop. Azure jukes back around. They've taken 4. They've taken 5. We got the buyback on the Slark, but can he really come in here and do anything? Misses the stun. He thought Captain was there, and he's not going to get anything for his trouble. This will be a tower, and possibly, can they get more, or are they going to have to back away here?
They get more if there's an overextension from RU, but otherwise they have to back up.
So they back off. They get the TP out. They're pinging Roche, it looks like. They got a tower for their trouble. They do burn down the Shadow Fiend the way that you said they would, but they had to sacrifice 4 heroes in order to make that happen.
Yeah, they overengaged a little bit into it, but it's very... I mean, I don't know that there was a better way for them to do that. Yeah, they grabbed that Shadow Fiend, and that was worth a lot of gold. If they had managed to defend that tower even a little bit, like... just not even killing any more heroes, just keeping their tower up, that would have easily gone their way, right? It's just... they need that Shadow Fiend to be just a little bit out of position. Just an inch forward, and they win a fight. That's what it comes down to. Having all of your advantage on one hero basically means that hero is not allowed to make mistakes. That's all it comes down to.
Azure was seen by the Sentry Ward. Now he is going to back away. Oh, Fate jumps in. Nice play there. Comes in and hits the stun. Ultimate is popped as they try to make the chase happen. He jumps away. Can they get him? They're looking for him. Is there no vision?
There
is no vision. So Azure just walks away. Jaunts off to safety.
Castle's got some, but he's not there. So.
He's just slow.
North. Yeah.
So out he goes, and the lead continues to lengthen for U of T. I don't know what the pro stats are, but what happens at 20,000?
At 20,000, it is, God, I want to say 20,000 at 45 off the top of my head is about a 97% win rate. I can look that up and verify that. Give me a second. But a Silencer is getting close to a refresher, so item number 1 refresher for Silencer. Poor, like, rags to riches story there. Win expectancy. Let's see. So if you are at 20,000 at 45 minutes in a pro game, it is a 96.2% win rate.
Wow. All right, so that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, Fate in some trouble. Went into Roche by himself. Gets caught by all of U of T, and he will go down with not a lot of contest. Meanwhile, we see a possible fight. KY wants to go on Darkfire. Darkfire gets the Force Staff to try and get away. U of T misses his Force Staff, the Ogre Magi, I should say, but that's not going to be the end of it as Darkfire ends up dropping as well. Now the chase is on as they try to get Monib and the Dazzle. I presume that they'll leave Monib. Nope, they turn back around, want to try to go on him. He's going to sleight a fist and jump away to his Remnant. Dazzle in some trouble as Azure's got him locked up. That's going to be a 3-man kill. They're now pinging Mona, but he TPs to safety as they drop back to see if they can find him. Instead, they will find a Roche and go ahead and get that kill.
I wonder if he's going to try to activate Remnant in and steal this Aegis. They're going to wait for that to expire before they do this, just in case, I think. It's Aegis and Cheese. If he denied either of those, that would be pretty bad for them. Not that it would ruin the game or anything, especially since he'd probably die, but you know, it would be less than ideal.
All right, so let me ask you this. What can Ryerson do to get themselves back into this? Because it feels like they are just so far out at this particular moment in time.
Well, I'm not sure that there's anything they can do if they just lose
got
here.
two-shotted, yeah.
If they don't just lose here, but like, look, they're overcoming backdoor protection.
Yeah, that's pretty brutal. So down goes down goes the Rax. They two-shotted the Lion. They don't care about backdoor, and now they can go in here without backdoor protection and get this tower, presumably get some more Rax. Monib is up, but he can't do a lot. Comes into Sleight of Fist. KY just shrugs it off, continues to get the melee Rax. Azure says, I really want both, but now he's exposed. Fate blinks in. BKB is popped on Fate. Azure just jumps away, and they will back off.
They're going to go take Roche.
Easy peasy. U of T showing us that despite a really tough first game, they are not to be trifled with.
Yeah, the Arrested development on Ember's farm here has been really devastating, actually. They got a lot of the items that he has out right now much earlier. Then he ended up having to go for a Mantis Tile, which, remember during the draft, I said he would have to go Mantis Tile or Black King Bar. He didn't rush either of those items. It was like his third or fourth major item, the Mantis Style, and he got caught out a lot with the Global Silence and the various silences that are available. Not having the ability to lift that silence as an Ember Spirit is literally a deadly mistake. So, he is going to be moving around. He'll finish his Daedalus now. No buyback on him. It would be available if he had the gold, so that's a very risky call in and of itself.
That's, yeah, super risky. I mean, he needs it, right? But it's tough, especially since KY has that finished Daedalus and that finished Butterfly for the next fight.
It depends on your point of view. Will he do more damage in a fight with a Daedalus than he will do living twice, right? I suspect the answer to that is no, especially since he's able to react globally. So if he saved the buyback, he'd probably have more damage potential in a defense. But his goal is obviously to not die. Baiting out that silence was risky as hell, but very nice. The refresher is going to be used and has not been revealed, I don't think. So silence does have silence back up, and he's staying way far back so we can cast it again. This is actually really clever.
Moto comes in, gets up his Sleight of Fist, but he's caught, stunned, and killed. Has no buyback. There's the GG. He knew. Yeah. So that's it. They're going to push in. They're just too strong. Darkfire going to say, hey, let's keep the fight going for just a few seconds here. KY getting an awful deep, trying to get some more kills to pad his stats before the end of the game. But that is it. Ryerson off to an incredibly strong start in the first match. And University of Toronto plays to their strengths, picks the heroes that they know, comes back, and absolutely shows that they are not to be trifled with. What a game. What a best of three. My name's Toffees.
A lot of back and forth.
Yeah, it was, and I definitely enjoyed it. It went long, but I will stay up late for great Dota any day of the week. You can find me at Toffees TV over on Twitter. Gorgon, my co-caster, where can they find you?
You can find me over on The Wonder Cow at Twitter as well.
Awesome, guys. Come back and join us. Myself and Gorgon will be here every Tuesday and Thursday night covering the featured matches of the week. The rest of the matches will be played on Saturdays, and there's a pretty big schedule. You can check it out over on the website, www.cstarleague. That's collegiatestarleague.com, and we've got everything from the standings to some play schedules, and you can check it out. On Saturday, we'll see a lot more games played, and then we'll be back on Tuesday, myself and Gorgon, for the Tuesday night fight featured match of the week, and it should be a lot of fun. As soon as we know who it is, we'll start tweeting out who that schedule is going to be for Tuesday. Guys, I've enjoyed my evening with you. I'm going to play a little bit of music and hang out in Twitch chat just for a few minutes, and don't forget you can always watch the VODs over on our YouTube channel, Star League. It's been wonderful spending the evening with you. Have a wonderful night, and as always, Toffees out.